그대는 과거로 돌아가는 법을 알아낸 것이오.
Hey Yafumo, welcome to the stream.
물러가게 하는 법을 알아낸 것이오.
How are you doing today? And welcome everyone else who might still be lurking around here. As you can see, I'm back to Limbus company. Doing fine, that's good. I'm also doing pretty fine. Weather is a bit cooler today. That helps a lot. Instead of 31 degrees I had in my room yesterday, I only have 26. That's nearly nothing. But yeah, we got a big thunderstorm last night here, so everything got a bit colder. Yeah, it was a bit cooler today. So it's also nice to get some free stuff for maintenance. That's also something every gacha game has. And so the plan for today is to get... Oh, that's the wrong button. Far enough so I unlock the EXP Luxcavation and Thread Luxcavation game modes. So I can at least do all the daily quests for the Battle Pass each day. And as you can see, I purchased the Limbus Pass. Which brought me to the question for the extraction. Oh yeah, new banner. Totally forgot about that. It brought me to the question for if I want to extract now. It costs 1,300 lunacy. I have, because of needing to buy some for the Battle Pass, or the Season Pass, I have some paid lunacy and I also have free lunacy. Which one is used up first? Is the free lunacy used up first or the... It's free before pay? Okay. That's the information I needed. So it's no problem to do an extract with my 1,300 lunacy because I have more than 1,300 free lunacy. Don't really want to use the paid lunacy as much. I want to keep that, if possible. What do you think? One extract before diving into the story? I didn't took the... Obviously I didn't, because I didn't know that was possible. You can take the 1,300 lunacy back for the pass. How do you do that? Probably somewhere in this window, I guess. In the paid shop. So, here. Hey Zura, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? 1 of 10.99. You're good, just came to be a lurk. Yeah, feel free to lurk around. I'm gonna play Limbus Company a bit and then later on probably play a bit of World of Warcraft depending on how long this takes. Covers just enough to get the pass. Okay. I got
그대
this one
드디어
just
목적지를 찾은 것이오.
because for the bonus first time offer it then gave enough to get the battle pass. Red is playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Have a great stream. Yeah, thanks, Zura. I will have a great stream and feel free to drop by whenever you feel like not lurking anymore. And have fun playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure with Lady. Yeah, true, you also have this bonus. Okay, I guess most people then... I guess most people buy this one then. To get with 1,300 for the pass and then but with that. Yeah, I didn't really think about this one. Yeah, but next time I might use that or use something else depending on how it goes. Anyway, yeah, let's try an extract. I guess you would also recommend doing this one instead of this one. Yeah, the two banner, I would say this, the Yisang banner and the La Mancha Land banner. Yisang one is special to use. Yeah, like the Mersault one that ran till yesterday, right? Oh, you mean that to use in battle to get full potential you need to shoot and kill your allies. Okay, that's an interesting thing. So maybe not so great for new player. Might be. But on the other hand, how big is the choice that I actually get him? In the end, it's my choice and experience. Would you then say that La Mancha Land is better for beginner? Or is there also some kind of trick in there? Well, let's go for La Mancha Land then. Okay, here we also... Free lunacy is used first. Okay, that is good to know. Let's see what we get. Let's see what the reds are.
자, 정의가 찾아왔어. 악인들을 평등한 죽음으로 이끌이라.
That's a new Donkey Shot of In any case.
한 잔 함께 하시죠. 따뜻해질 거예요.
And the new Honglu. Alright, with that done, let's go for a drive.
재미게 끌 거 없어. 바로 간다.
With a guttural noise, the side of a boss lurches and splits open. A number of human shapes littered the ground before its maw. Some were still conscious, while others weren't exactly in one piece. Then the boss began devouring those served to it in the most literal sense. Gluttonously, voraciously. Ryushu watched it with a satisfied expression, seemingly determined to savor every moment. While in the corner of my eye, Sinclair was clearly distressed.
다들 제정신이 아닌 것 같아요. 그렇지 않나요?
His reaction got me curious to know their stories. Just to make sure, none of you were forced to join, right? Though what I was involved in before my head changed is a mystery, I myself was practically forced to join the company, judging from what I know at the moment. Maybe they aren't so different from me, or so I thought when Sinclair's head drooped in response, like I struck a nerve.
그래요. 맞아요. 이건 제 선택이죠. 전부 익숙해질 거야.
He muttered as if he were talking to someone other than me.
입사하지 않았어도 했을 일이요. 저기 또 악의 무리가 달려드네.
Do some battle. In addition to attack skills, each unit also has defense skills. Lightly tap a Sinner's portrait at the bottom of the dashboard to swap their bottom skill with a defense skill. And let's try selecting Skinner Mersault's portrait to generate a god skill. Sinner, not Skinner. Use the guard skill to gain shield equal to its power. Damage will be absorbed by the shield first before affecting the unit's HP. Now select Faust's portrait to generate an evade skill. When using an evade skill, if its final power is greater than or equal to that of the enemy's skill, the unit will completely ignore the enemy's attack, taking no damage from it. Evade skills flip their coin once for every enemy coin flip. Warning, if an evade type defense skill's final power is lower than the enemy's attack, it will fail and the enemy's attack will strike with full force. Finally select Sinner Heathcliff's portrait to generate a counter skill. Counter skills allow the enemy to strike first, then perform an unopposed attack against the attacker. Warning, if the unit is staggered by the enemy's attack, the counter will not activate. Lightly tap the Sinner's portrait again to cancel the generated defense skill. Let's demonstrate the effects of each defense skill in this battle. Chain the defense skills, then start the combat phase.
행동을 개시합니다.
When used under the right circumstances, defense skills can be even more effective than clashing or attacking enemies. However, poorly timed use of these skills can put the Sinners at great risk. Also, please note that Sinners will not select their defense skills unless you personally issue a direct command. Keep this in mind when using the auto-skill chaining function. So the Sinners go to battle with the mindset of, we only attack is the best kind of defense. The best type of defense. Only attacking, never defending.
행동을 개시합니다. 핫?
It's always clock phase to fix them up. Yeah, that's true.
먼저 간다.
Okay, I can have them do an attack skill and then a defense skill.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
The game relies heavily on team building.
어떠냐?
Yeah, I imagine so. Especially since you pretty much have your whole team ready right from the start, so to say. Welcome to the stream, Sunshower. Yeah, I'm a new player. I started on Tuesday and this is pretty much my second time playing the game. I'm still very early into the game.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
쉽네.
Let's go full in. Let's see how this goes.
쉽네. 쉽네.
Very, very new player. Yeah, I would say so. This is, like I said, second time playing the game. First time ever playing a Project New Moon game. And as you can see, I'm still in, I think the chapters of play called Kato or Kanto. The 1. Finished the tutorial last time. Did a bit in Kanto 1 and then starting through now a bit more.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고. 배부르게 밥을 먹은 지가 언제더라. 기계 덩어리 팔자가 더 낫네. 제공되는 식사는 모두 정량이에요.
What 000 ID you got?
먹어서는 기운이 안 난단 말이야.
I think the only one I have so far is the Barber of La Mancha Land. Yeah, Fumo thinks the same Barber. I thought I heard Heathcliff shout, "You think I'm doing this on a full stomach?" in the distance, but Rhodia seemed to pretend she heard nothing. Speaking of, does this buzz run on stuff like blood or protein?
엔케팔린이에요. 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 추출했던 에너지죠.
이전 엘사 말이군요. 특이점으로 에너지를 생산하는 회사라고 들었어요. 엘사가 몰락한 지금은 잔해밖에 남지 않았지만.
맞아요. 그래서 지금은 구하기가 꽤 힘들어요. 하지만 메피스토펠레스는 신체에서 엔케팔린을 강제로 추출할 수 있죠.
The body? Pose a question watching Otis give orders to the other sinners and glancing to the maw of the bus in turn.
네. 엔케팔린은 뇌와 척수신경에서만 추출돼요. 특히나 생명 활동이 있을수록 효율이 좋죠.
That's why Vergilius told the sinners not to kill the silent. Okay, and
그럼 해당 부위만 먹여도 되는 거 아니야? 라기엔 피와 근육도 연료로 쓰일 수 있어요. 엔케팔린이 시동과 추력을 위해서 필요하다면 나머지 생체 물질은 순항할 때 사용되죠. 엔케팔린이 되도록 천천히 소모되게 하기 위한 설계죠.
하이브리드요.
House went on to explain how most of a vehicle's fuel is taken from the branch facilities, but it won't be a sufficient source on its own. Most of it went in one ear and out the other. Well, that's complicated. I got that. It's tough work at least.
뭘요? 파우스트는 고생하지 않는답니다.
고생은 우리가 하고 있지. 이봐, 관리자 양반 또 온다고.
Eco-responsible vehicle. Yeah, to some degree, Fumo. Depends a bit on what kind of exhaust product the bus produces when burning through the fuel. Adjusting density of information on screen during combat. At the top right of the in-battle screen there's a button that adjusts the amount of information displayed. The three options set the display density to minimum, medium or maximum respectively. Maximum information display configuration. This is the default setting applied when first starting the game. More information is shown compared to the other two settings. Details on keywords used in skills are shown as well. Medium information display configuration. In this setting, details on keywords used in skill will not be shown. Otherwise, it functions the same as the maximum setting. The minimum information display configuration. In this setting, information on the effects and keywords of skills will not be displayed. Okay, let's go in.
탐구는 끝났어.
제가 해낸 건 맞죠?
끝났어.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
탐구는 끝났어. 침묵했어.
해보겠습니다.
아름답진 않네. 아름답진 않네.
다다다다다다다다.
고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
Oh yeah, I can select my own sinners now. For battle. So this, since the game relies a lot on team building, what's a good team to start on? And also sign the ID I got. Yeah, that's right. So, that's also one of the questions I had asked myself. What does the ID change? The team on status and effect you can inflict. Okay. Check the skill. Where can I check the skill? Change the attack skill. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah, there I can see it now. I've been blind for a while. Press a long moment on a character. Okay, this makes it even easier. And there I can also level them up. Okay. Okay. I also have another 3-star character. Of 3-star ID. An up-tie character to up-tie 4, you get new passive and a attack skill to use. Yeah, that's probably what this tier here says, or tells me. Yeah. The ID you pull change the kit of a character entirely. Okay, so it's pretty much a same character but a whole different skill set. Can you then say that 2-star IDs are better than 1-star ID and 3-star IDs are better than 2-star IDs? IDs are like a what if the sinner had made other choices in life at different moment. I see. Okay, that's then... If we go with Honglu here, base sinner we have here, and then we have one what if where he entered the Liu Association, or one where he entered K-Corp. One star of a base sinner. Yeah, I know that, Fumo. I was just wondering if you could generalize and say that 3-star sinners are the best ones, or if there are a lot of 2-star sinners perhaps that are also quite good and can rival 3-star ones. Now I can go with what I like. The beginning is quite easy. Okay. Three-star can be considered stronger. There are cases of 3-star being worse than 1-star though. Ah, okay. Is that like the 3-star is worse than the 1-star in general, period? Or is that a kind of situation where you need a very specific team to make that 3-star then become strong, and otherwise if you don't have that team it's just useless?
나를 불렀나?
You see so many players with this 3-star Honglu. I see. Maybe he is then like some kind of free giveaway to new players these days. No, they're just Garbo 3 stars that were made. Okay, I see. Yeah, who to choose? Sancho of Fumo, do you have some kind of favorite I should take to battle for now? Since we're at the beginning, there really is no big need for tactic or big team building, I would say. If you want to see some character in action, I can just take them. Not really choose the one I like. I don't know though. Have another Faust? No.
따라가겠어요.
So let's get Faust. Maybe the other Donkey Shot that I got.
뒤쫓아서 기다리고 있었죠.
Doesn't feel like my mouse got more sensitive all of a sudden.
모두에게 평등하게.
Suggest reroll ID if I want. You mean like starting the game completely anew?
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
어이, 적당히 끝내라.
Forgot I got Mittelhammer Rodion. Is that a good one, Fumo? Vigilius said, poking his head out of the window. I guessed? Who?
처음으로 가는 던전이니까 길잡이가 필요할 것 같아서요.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
Someone approached us slowly.
맞나 보네요.
The bus had just about finished its meal, crunching on the last remaining bone chips. Yuri watched it indifferently before introducing herself.
예전 엘사에서 근무했던 유리예요. 잘 부탁합니다.
By L-Corp, do you mean?
로보토미 코퍼레이션이겠군.
네, 우리는 로보토믹 코퍼레이션. 구 엘사의 옛 지부들로 향합니다.
He's not the strongest and can be considered as a support in a N-Corp fanatic team. I see, then I'll choose her if I ever do a N-Corp fanatic team.
저라면 불러도 절대 안 왔을 것 같은데. 추락한 날개라니. 분명 끝이 좋지 않았을 텐데요.
무슨 소리야? 날개고 뭐고 돈만 함께라면 뭐든 유쾌한 기억이 된다고.
거기는 아직도 괴물로 득실된다는 소문이 있던데.
Yeah, that's what I plan to do, Sunshower. I didn't really think about re-rolling, and usually I also don't do that. Because most of the time my luck is so bad that I just end up with the same pulls all over again, and then it's just a waste of time.
괴물이 아니라 환상체요. 어쨌든 사실이에요. 하지만 더 중요한 것들이 있죠. 지부 가장 깊숙한 곳에 최근에 피어나기 시작한 엘사의 기술의 핵심 정수가 존재해요.
단테, 며칠 전에 내가 제안했던 걸 기억합니까? 성의를 새기게 해줄 거라고 말했는데 정수, 황금가지를 모아온다면 그 정도는 어려운 일도 아니게 될 겁니다.
The word aspect still makes my head ache. What was I trying to do?
억지로 떠올리려고 할 필요는 없습니다. 그때가 되면 전부 알게 될 테니까요.
I returned a slow nod to Faust's placid advice. Alright, for now, I should focus on what I currently know and see. And if it's Lobotomy Corp we're scouring, we might find some encephalin too.
아, 그러면 더 이상 사람들을 갈아 넣지 않아도 되겠네요.
거기다가 운이 좋으면 에고까지 얻을 테니 일석삼.
Ego? That's another unknown term that makes my head tilt. In any case, it seemed rather rude to keep talking to each other when we had a guest on board. Someone else seemed to agree.
유리 씨는 무슨 일 하며 지냈나?
Gregor gave his best shot at making some conversation with a well-meaning smile to put the newest passenger at ease. His brows seemed to twitch due to a lack of practice, but it's no big deal.
내가 보아하니 그대는 해결사일 것 같소. 그들에게서는 모두 고결한 영웅의 냄새가 난다고 하더군.
As Yuri was nodding slightly, I heard Ishmael let out a deep sigh. I don't know why, but for some reason Siri on my smartphone just activated. I can add friend someone and use support, but beware some idea spoiler itself. I see. Thanks for the warning, Sunshower. If you want to, you can send me a friend request. I just need to get my ID over to YouTube in that case. As Yuri was nodding lightly, I heard Ishmael let out a deep sigh.
어디서 그런 소식을 들었는지 모르겠지만 해결사는 그런 영웅들이 아니에요. 초라한 봉급자의 부질없는 냄새라면 몰라도.
Let's see, I have to... that way. There you go. Feel free to send me a friend request if you'd like to, but you don't need to if you don't want to.
금세 다른 밥벌이 찾는 게 쉽진 않았을 텐데 용케 해냈군.
아직은 계약직이에요.
아하, 굳이 다시 이곳으로 기어들어온 이유도 그거였겠네요.
Yeah, I added that, Fumo. Also my stream title on Twitch with the new comment. I thought that would be easier than to always have to go back to my own managed ID, copy that, post it in chat. So at least on the Twitch side of things, if people want to, they can use that comment and get the managed ID real quick.
예전 직장으로 돌아가서 크게 한탕이라도 치면 팀장 자리라도 주겠대요?
실적을 세우면 계약 기간은 늘어날지도 모르죠.
그렇지. 보통 계약직 시절은 실적 하나에 목숨을 걸어야 할 때니까.
아, 그거 참 부질없는 목숨이네요.
어이, 아까부터 왜 이렇게 비꼬는 거야? 뭐가 그렇게 마음에 안 들어?
글쎄요. 처음부터 끝까지 마음에 안 드는 거 천지라.
Seemingly unaffected by the abrasive attitude, Yuri quietly took an empty seat. Looking back and forth between the two, Gregor returned to his seat as well, scratching his head. I can't seem to get used to being around these people.
빨리 배어드는 편이 편할 겁니다, 단테. 가론, 출발하지. 손님께서 자리에 앉았다.
Just after 2 days, I already missed the way Vergilius said Dante.
매피 배 빵빵. 카론도 빵빵.
악인들을 해치우세나.
일단 기원을 가진 당연한 결과죠.
처리했어. 무너져. 떨거지는 잘라낸다. 실밥이 터졌나? 기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져라. 정화! 처리했어! 죽음으로 참여하라.
That went pretty well if you consider that my average level was only half of the recommended level.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공
We got a manager level increase.
한층 더 돋보이는 거. 누구 작품이겠나? 카니발 타임.
저 근데 지도는 제게 있는데요. 길은 어떻게 알고 가는 건가요?
Answerless, the bus keeps speeding anyway.
그건 말이지. 감이지. 카른의 감.
Now the question remains if Charon's intuition is a good one or bad one.
네? 분홍머리. 카론 앞을 이상한 종이로 막는 이유가 뭐야? 계속 이상한 방향으로 가니까 그렇죠. 이 지도를 보세요. 우리가 가는 쪽은 남동쪽 방향인데.
Charon, vroom vroom. Yes, indeed, Fumo. Vroom vroom. Charon reluctantly gives the map a cursory glance as she couldn't ignore the thing right in front of her eyes.
마음이 향하는 곳, 그곳에 진짜 길이 있을지니.
벌써 우리는 모두 마음이 향하는 곳으로 나아가야만 하네.
그냥 지도 보는 법도 모르는 길치라는 거잖아요.
제가 하고 싶은 말을 대신 해주실 줄이야.
Yuri and Ishmael put a palm over their respective faces at the same time, almost like they were in sync.
오, 우리 기사님 친구라도 생겼나 봐. 분홍머리가 계속 제잘거려. 난 길을 알고 있단 말이야. 아니 그러니까 방향이 잘못. 앞에 또 장애물이야. 부릉부릉 할까?
아니, 카론, 기다려봐.
어이! 보스가 근사해 보이는데 나도 좀...
메피스토펠레스의 후식 시간인 모양이군. 내리지. 아직 밥을 더 먹여야겠어.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오.
행동을 개시합니다.
처리했어.
행동을 개시합니다.
인간이 휘트금으로 참여하라.
냉정한 침묵.
기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져라.
Even if you don't really do much in the fighting yourself,
어둠이 캄캄할
the battles
시간.
are still
나는
quite
별이 탄생하지.
interesting to
지금처럼 말이오.
form and look at.
카니발 타임.
카론, 이쪽이 동쪽일까요? 서쪽일까요?
Truly an efficient manager. Thanks, Fumo.
카론은 두 가지 방향만 알아. 메피의 앞쪽과 뒤쪽.
Those are really the best directions.
지금까지 방향도 모르는 사람이 어떻게 운전기사를 했대요?
카론. 그러니까요. 해가 뜨는 쪽이
At the driver's seat, 3 heads gathered together over a map. Well, one of them might have been at a slightly different elevation from the others.
꼬맹이, 너도 저기 끼어 있어야 하는 거 아니야? 무례한 소리! 난 어린이가 아니라네. 꼬맹이는 더더욱 아니고.
Watching Don Quixote shake her fist sky high at Rhodia, I noticed a bitter gaze falling upon them out of the corner of my view. I'm starting to think that Urigal might have put up with a rough childhood. Gregor turned around to take a glance in my direction, then shook his head and went back to looking at the driver's side, with his chin resting on his hand.
딱히 어린 편도 아니야. 일단 칼을 줄 수 있으면 전쟁에 참전부터 시키는 동지도 있었으니까.
Nest. A nest was basically the center of a district, if my memory is correct. Sounds like nests used to get into wars with one another in the past. Did that happen often?
아주 없는 일은 아니었지. 관리자 양반, 전쟁에 대해 궁금한 게 많나 봐.
Oh, I'm not really curious about the details, just gathering info I should know as the manager. I was about to go on, a glimpse of Gregor's expression I caught from the side stopped me in my tracks. His eyes seemed to be fixed somewhere far more distant than the driver's seat.
그런 자세를 뭐라고 하고 싶은 건 아니야, 관리자 양반. 오히려 좋은 자세 아닐까? 상관의 귀감아닐까 싶은데.
Slowly continued, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
그래도 개인적으로는 모를 수 있을 때 모르는 게 기회일지도 모른다고 생각해. 일단 알게 되면 다시는 모를 수 없게 될 테니까.
Without another word, he lit his cigarette.
아니요, 방금 저쪽에서 우회전을 했어야죠.
괜찮아요, 카론. 조금만 더 가서 꺾어도 올바른.
아, 기사의 삶은 고단해.
뭐 지금 더 급한 건 목적지로 가는 길을 아는 것 같네. 그렇지, 관리자 양반?
Gregor cackled with cigarette smoke still in his mouth. I was still curious to learn what he'd been through, but he's right that I should focus on other things for now. An urgent matter showed up right before our bus-shaped doorstep too.
옥신각신을 그쯤 해라. 전방에 다시 적이다.
친구들의 버스에 전화타니 미친 새끼들! 제정신이야? 가만 안 둔다. 보스만 가지려고 했는데 너네도 전부 죽인다.
베르, 연료들이 시끄러워. 카론, 2명 이상 시끄러우면 어지러워.
That's really a line from Charon where Fuel is making a fuss. So she's not even considering those hooligans, people or anything. It's just fuel for her.
걱정할 필요 없다, 카론. 이제부터 조용해질 테니. 전원 하차.
Also, this picture is just great with Charon's face there.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Fuel canister with leg inbound.
당연한 결과죠.
Yeah, pretty much Fumo.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
인간이 휘트금으로 참여하라.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
기회입니다.
다음은 진짜 안 돼.
위험을 가르쳐. 그대로 무너져. 실밥이 터졌나?
I guess later on you then specialize your team on 1 or maybe 2 synths that you use. So you always get best resonance.
정화. 휘트금으로 참여하라.
More focus on status effect. Ah, okay.
자, 다시 지도를 보자고요.
카론, 딴청 피우면 안 된다니까요.
Looking at the trio arguing over the map once again, a question arose in my mind. Like bleed, burn, sinking, rupture, poise, tremor. I see. Barber is a unit centered around bleed. Okay, so if I would make a team around Barber, I would then take other IDs that also cause bleed. Or maybe support bleed effects. Looking at the trio arguing over the map, once again a question arose in my mind. By the way, this bus was specifically made for Limbus Company, right?
정확히는 저희들만을 위한 버스라고 해야겠네요.
Isn't that basically what I said?
그게 그 뜻 아니냐고 생각하고 계신 것 같네요.
That's weird. I don't think I spoke that part out loud. The clock broken or something?
그 정도는 째깍이지 않아도 알 수 있어요. 파우스트는 모르는 것이 없으니까요.
Anyway, it must have taken a long while to get it out of the oven, especially with that mouth on the side.
예상한 만큼 걸려서 만들었을 뿐이에요.
It doesn't really answer anything. It's downright oppressive to talk to.
파우스트는 천재예요. 도시의 모든 것을 알고 있죠.
어이, 그렇게 뛰어나시다면 저 앞에 가서 길부터 찾아주지 그래. 아까부터 저것들이 시끄러워서 잠을 못 자겠잖아.
파우스트는 오지랖쟁이가 아니에요. 묻는 것에는 대답하지만 묻지도 않은 것을 말하지는 않아요. 그리고 인간이 무언가를 깨닫기 위해 골똘한 고민을 하는 건 가장 즐거운 일이랍니다. 파우스트는 산통을 깨고 싶지 않네요.
뭘 골똘히 고민을 해봤어야 공감을 하죠.
I saw Heathcliff's grip on the Bat Titan. However, with Vergilius casting a glare his way, he clicked his tongue as he crossed his arms and forced his eyes shut. I wonder why they are so vitriolic.
나랑 마음이 꽤 맞는 것 같네, 관리자 양반.
Gregor snickers, the bus started again.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군. 누구 작품이겠나?
그럴듯한
This is another tutorial battle for something.
그래, 혹시 저치들과 아는 사이야?
응? 무슨? 이 뒷골목에 내가 아는 얼굴이 있을 리...
Gregor's face dark. Gregor's face goes dark the moment he looks out the window. Buckheads. Ego use explanation maybe. They have changed quite a lot of the tutorial. Yeah, we also talked about that last time, Fumo. If I remember, I think it was Peace Cake who said that the previous tutorial didn't really explain much. He worded it a bit differently. But yeah, maybe I'll learn about ego use now. Unlike the other miscreants we've run into, they were part insectoid.
단테, 머리가 시계라서 다행이야. 저런 거였음 쳐다볼 때마다 헛구역질했을 것 같아.
저거 그레고르 씨랑 같은 강화 시술 아니에요?
저런 징그러운 벌레 대가리를 일부러 붙여놓는다고?
가까이 붙지 마. 너한테도 해충병 없는다.
정말이에요?
장난이야. 내 개그 센스가 이상한 건가?
While Gregor was left scratching his head, the bus made a languishing sound and came to a slow, deflating halt.
과거 G사에서는 대부분의 직원들이 그레고르 씨처럼 생체 무기 시술을 받았어요.
그레고르 씨 예전 G사 출신이었어요?
Thanks for the love, Caesar, and welcome to the stream. Ishmael frowned as if she remembered something unpleasant, but didn't speak further. Gregor wore a smile on his mouth, but his hardened eyes were resting downcast, just as a moment ago.
저런 분들은
Hey,
평소엔
Caesar.
어디서 주무시는 건가요?
How are you doing today?
세상에는 하늘을 천장 삼고 별을 조명 삼아 사는 사람들도 많은 법이지.
아, 풍류가 있는 분들이로군요.
I don't think that's what you meant. And I also don't think that's what you meant.
보아하니 저들 역시 우리의 여정을 방해할 마음인가 보군. 내려야 하지 않겠어? 그레고르.
굳이 날 찝어서 말하는 이유는?
글쎄, 남의 추억을 내 입으로 떠들고 싶진 않은 걸. 앞장서 그레고르. 이유는 네가 잘 알잖아.
고약한 사람이네. 당신.
Group of soldiers with the heads of insects gathered near the bus.
아디 앞장서는 거 별로 안 좋아하는데.
넌 뭐야? 왜 우리랑 같은 팔을 가지고 있지?
가만, 낯익은 얼굴인데.
주로 포스터나 잡지에 서식했던 적이 있지.
Gregor, do you know them from somewhere?
그런 게 중요한 건 아닌 것 같은데요, 관리자님. 옛날 이야기할 상황은 아니에요.
신경 쓰이긴 하지만 아무렴 어때? 어쨌든 이 아픔.
Is that so? I suppose we can't talk this out.
그런데 이것들은 왜 대놓고 벌레 모습인 채로 다니는 거야? 어린애들은 마주치면 눈물부터 터뜨리겠어. 그렉처럼 티라도 덜 나면 좋잖아?
내가 특이한 케이스야. 대부분은 머리통에 무조건 곤충 부분이 붙어버리거든. 이걸 운이 좋았다고 해야 할지는 모르겠지만
이유는 모르겠지만 저 사람들 우리가 로보톰이 집으로 향하는 걸 막으려는 것 같았어요.
이들도 황금 가지를 노리는 거야?
그럴지도. 그 정수를 원하는 자는 널렸으니까 각각이 바라는 소망도 다양할 테고. 그렇지 않나?
왜 날 쳐다봐? 내가 알 리가 없잖아.
Fumo, you were right. We are learning about the ego. Ego are each sinner's unique skill that can be used regardless of the identity they are wearing. Let's inspect Sinner Heathcliff's ego. Press and hold Sinner Heathcliff's portrait at the bottom of the dashboard. Every ego currently equipped by Sinner Heathcliff are visible here. Using ego skills consumes ego resources and SP. The amount of SP consumed by each ego is listed at the top left corner of its information card. Now select this ego body sack. Since we don't have enough ego resources to use the ego skill, each ego skill requires a certain amount of ego resources to activate. Here you can view the number of ego resources and their affinities required to use this ego skill. Seems that we do not have enough orange, lust and purple envy ego resources. View your current ego reserves here. The name of each sin affinity for ego resources may still be unfamiliar to you, but you can check with it which is which by selecting each ego sin's affinity resistances in the detailed info window. Required ego resources can be obtained by using skills during battle. For example, an envy colored skill will grant an envy resource. As luck would have it, the units currently on the field possess skills with the affinities we need. Put them to use.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Press the win rate button in order to order the sinners to choose their own skills based on clash win rate. As you can see here, an enemy is about to launch a powerful attack against Sinner Heathcliff, and it's unlikely he will win this clash. When a unit is about to clash with a difficult enemy skill, you can use an ego skill to turn the situation around. Their high power makes them especially effective against strong enemy skills. If there are any usable ego skills for which you have enough resources, it will be indicated in the shape surrounding the sinner as shown here. Press and hold Sinner Heathcliff's portrait again to enter the ego selection screen. You now have enough resource to use this ego skill. Double tap to select his body sack ego skill again and equip it in the Heathcliff's skill slot. Once selected, the ego skill will automatically be equipped in the bottom skill slot of a respective sinner. Equipping a different ego skill in the same slot or swapping it for a defense skill will unequip the current ego skill and refund the ego resources spent to equip it. Now let's return to the battle at hand. SP cost is consumed the moment the ego skill begins its attack. Be warned, letting a sinner's SP drop too low may cause them to panic or become corroded by their ego. Thanks for the hydrate, Zura. So I guess ego skills are kind of like the ultimate attacks of the characters. Somewhat. They're great for setup and clash. Yeah, okay, I see. Is there then some kind of attack that's even higher tier than an ego attack? You don't need to go into any details with that. Maybe a yes or no would suffice for now. Raising an ego skill's bread spinning tier unlocks its ego passive. Once the turn in which this unit used the ego skill ends, and the battle moves to the next turn, the skill's unique ego passive will activate. You can view detailed information about ego passives in each Sinner's detailed info menu. Yes, I'm curious to look to see it then. I'm looking forward to it.
저 간다.
다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Another ally defeats an enemy, gain 1 attack power up and 1 haste at the start of next turn.
저 간다.
기다려. 아름답진 않네.
다음은 완전한 침묵.
고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
Ooh, another manager level increase. Sinner have a basic Zain ego and you can get other egos from the pool. Yeah, that is something I read when going through the extraction details. I think if I remember from the ego screen, there are 5 different egos each character has. Less chance to get them than Priester. Yes, I've read that too. But you can get them from the dispense menu just from farming. That's true. That is really nice. We will learn about ego overclocking in this encounter. For this purpose, you will be granted temporary access to one of Sinner Ryushu's ego. Let's try equipping Ryushu with this ego. Select the top part of a portrait card. Select the ego tab. Select the ego. You have 5 different egos. You all equipped ego here. Let's return to the team loadout menu. The ego resource required to use the deployed Sinner's equipped ego, the amount of ego resource your deployed Sinner skill can generate here. Let's begin the encounter using your choice of deployed Sinners and ego.
명령에 따를게요. 효율적이라면.
도착했다. 역시 카로는 길을 알았던 거야. 역시는 무슨 역시예요. 저랑 싱클레어 씨가 양쪽에서 얼마나 고생했는데.
My choice? You mean in deciding the IDs to fight for me? Yeah, that was really my choice. I chose all of them on my own. There was no force whatsoever pressuring me into choosing the exact ones I did choose.
그래도 이제 동남쪽과 동북쪽을 구분할 수 있어서 다행이에요, 카론.
So this is the old L Corp.
저도 직접 보는 건 처음이네요. 그 일이 있고 나서 시간이 오래 지나진 않았을 텐데요.
세상에, 어떻게 건물이 이 모양일 수가 있죠?
부잣집 도련님한테는 익숙하지 못한 광경인가 보군.
잡담은 그만. 하차한다.
Huh? There are people over there.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의 해결사분들이에요. 엘사지부에 이미 몇 번이나 방문한 적이 있는 경험자들이죠.
인사하지. 왼쪽에 있는 분은 홉킨스 씨, 그리고 오른쪽에 계시는 분이 아야 씨다.
안녕하십니까.
붉은 시선님, 직접 만나뵐 수 있어서 정말 영광입니다. 소문으로만 익히 들어왔었는데 이렇게
저 앞에 허름한 창고 보이지? 안쪽에 지하로 내려가는 계단이 있다. 계단부터는 여기 유리 씨가 맡을 거고.
네.
여기 해결사 분들도 경력직이니 돌발 상황에는 잘 대처해 줄 거야. 이만하면 되었겠지. 내 동행은 여기까지다. 버스에서 너희들을 기다리고 있겠어.
Wait, what?
언제까지고 뒷바라지를 해주고 있을 거라 생각했다면 큰 오산입니다, 단테.
혼자서 발 뻗고 쉬고 있겠다는 건가?
애당초 내가 동행하면 너희들은 관광하러 내려가는 거나 다를 바가 없지 않겠나.
한마디로 실컷 쥐어 터지고 썰리고 오라는 거군.
보통 저렇게 말하면 항상 다른 꿍꿍이가 있던데.
편한 대로 생각해. 특별히 가이드 분까지 붙여줬으니 잘 해내고 오라고.
Would be fun if one day before the game is completely finished, everything the developers planned has been done. Everything is going to end, and one day before that you get Vergilius in your team as a 13th character, because then you are strong enough to handle him.
네, 잘 해내고 오겠습니다. 붉은 시선님.
최선을 다해보긴 할게요.
In this encounter we will learn about more advanced usage of ego. Sinna Ryushu will begin with a higher SP value for demonstration purposes. Ante. Every ego skill except for base ego skills can be overclocked. Press and hold Sinna Ryushu's portrait to bring up the list of their ego. Let's first try using Ryushu's newly acquired Ego Awakening skill. You can change the Sinner's sin resistances by using the Ego. Check the sin affinities of enemy skills and use an appropriate Ego to adjust your resistances and gain an advantage.
해보겠습니다.
이 불 또한 예술의 방울경이지.
내가 해낸다 변했어.
Let's use that Ego skill again. Ego skills have a chance to corrode at lower SP values. Be warned, corrosion caused by the Sinner causes the Sinner to use a corrosion skill, which attacks allies and enemies indiscriminately. You can view the corrosion chance here.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 이 불 또한 예술의 방울경이지.
Reaching minus 45 SP will guarantee that the sinner enters ego corrosion state. In an ego corrosion state, the sinner will indiscriminately attack both allies and enemies. Corrosion inbound. Yeah. Oh, that looks really corroded. Also, is that the reason you told me that the new Yisung banner kills the allies? Because it's the character that relies on corrosion, perhaps? Could imagine some character maybe using some kind of effect for that. Not really, he just has skills that target allies. Okay, so he is not corroded, but just an asshole that targets his own allies.
간다.
모든 것을 태우는 것.
Oh no, not Ishmael.
태우는 것.
Ishmael gone, reduced to atoms. No, she is still alive. With 1 health point. Sinner will recover from ego corrosion state next turn and their SP will reset to 0. Let's try the ego overclock this time. Press and hold Ryoshi's portrait. Press and hold the ego skill card to ego overclock it. Using ego overclock forces the sinner to use the corrosion skill of the ego. Activating stable overclock consumes 1.5 times the resources including SP compared to a non-overclocked ego, but it does not target allies. Warning, even a stable overclock can corrode your sinners if the SP value is too low. So this overclocking the attack above ego skills that you answered with yes before Fumo. Activating ego overclock without enough resources will trigger unstable overclock instead. Unstable overclock targets both allies and enemies indiscriminately. The ego corrosion and any insufficient ego resources will go into the negatives. Welcome to the stream, Elbow. You're not too late. Or rather, there is not really late. Streaming, I would say. Since you can always watch VODs later on as well. But yeah, I've been playing Limbus Company for a while now. Gone through the story a bit, learning about new battle skills, battle attacks and stuff. Welcome to the stream, Flower Heart. And corrosion's beautiful. I can't really say no to that, even if I would want to, but yeah, the corrosion skill looked really cool. And also the corrosion of the character on screen was pretty cool made.
간다.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
I'm getting famous, Elmo. Perhaps.
모든 것을 태우는 것.
좋은 전략입니다. 해냈어요. 고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
Let's learn how to view the detailed information on your equipped identities and ego. Press and hold Sinner Yi Sang's portrait. Here you can view the select Sinner's detailed information and upgrade them. Do I know the band Rammstein? I know they exist, I've heard a few songs of them, but I'm not actively listening to them. Select the tab here to view the selected identity and ego's detailed information. Use this button to level up the selected identity. Use this button to uptie the selected identity. Identities get stronger with each level up and uptie tier. Please verify your identity's level and uptie tiers prior to starting an encounter. Now let's check the detailed info for this ego as well. What song do I know? I can't really say, Elmo. Like I said, I might have heard some songs of them before, but I don't really remember them, or rather also not really cared to remember about them too much. Because as I said, I've never actively listened to them. You can view the ego's detailed information here. Select the tab here to view the detailed information for the ego. These are the resources required to use the ego skill. The amount of SP spent when using this ego skill is displayed here. And using an ego, the Sinner's affinity resistances will be changed as follows. Varies for each ego. Welcome to the stream, codename Sub. You distort on a monthly basis. I'm not really sure if that is healthy, but if you can live with a bit of distortion every month, then go for it. Enjoy your distortion. Use this button to thread spin, upgrade the selected ego. Upgrade ego skills by thread spinning the ego. It is recommended that you thread spin them. Please note that base ego thread spinning tiers will be raised automatically as you progress through the story. Please review the manual accessible here for more information. Okay, to battle we go.
단테, 잠깐 나 좀 보시죠.
While the team was busy exchanging greetings, Vergilius called me to a secluded place.
미리 말해두자면 저들은 8급 해결사입니다.
Grade 8? Yeah, I don't really know what grade 8 means.
서열이 낮은 심부름꾼이라는 뜻입니다.
Thanks for the follow, codename Sub. And welcome to the Bun Club, then. I hope you enjoy your time here and enjoy the stream. It at least doesn't mean 8th graders, as in students. That is a good information, but that does not mean they don't have 8th grader syndrome.
저들을 이용은 하되 의존하려 하지 말아야 할 겁니다.
I can't count on them to deal with everything for us, in other words. I nodded to let him know that I understood his point.
어쩌면 그 버스 안에서 제대로 대화라는 걸 할 수 있는 건 당신뿐일지도 모르겠어.
Good point. Yeah, there might also be a very distinct 8th grader syndrome in this game. where 8th grade fixers have a weird kind of disposition or so. Imagine becoming an 8th grade fixer, not because of your skill level, but because you just have some weird syndrome that makes you perfect for that kind of work. Even though you would also be able to be a 5th grade fixer or so. But because you have 8th grader syndrome, you get to be an 8th grade fixer. 9th grade to 1st grade. After that, they are color fixed. I see. But I guess I'm far from meeting any color fixers.
오늘 빕니다. 단타.
Vergilius pat my shoulder with a bitter smile before slowly making his way back to the bus.
행동을 개시합니다.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm still far too low grade as a manager to meet any color fixers.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
죽음으로 참여하라. 당연한 결과죠.
실밥이 터졌나?
That would be the kind of situation where I suddenly meet a color fixer and they just wipe the floor with me because they have some kind of extremely powerful bodyguard and I look at them the wrong way and they are just... Get rid of them. He looked weirdly at me.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오.
당연한 결과죠.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군. 누구 작품이겠나?
Almost falling asleep, Sunshower. Did you have an exhausting day then? During the final stretch of each chapter, you'll be exploring a dungeon, a branch facility of the former L Corp. Designate the identities who will enter the dungeon with you. You can adjust your team once inside, so choose wisely. When you're fully prepared, please... No, not please, just press the enter button. Okay. Current, yeah, we can do this. Just a normal day. Well, maybe the weather's getting to you because for me, the last 2 days were quite hot outside and that also makes me kind of fall asleep sometimes. Also, when I need to take my allergy meds, I also get pretty sleepy afterwards. You quite like the Barber's Bleed codename. So, is your main team perhaps Bleed focused? We entered the derelict building of Lobotomy Corporation. As the light goes dim, the dreadful stench from underground grows stronger.
냄새가
허파 속으로 쓰레기가 막 붙고 있어. 되려 머리가 맑아지는 냄새요.
Your main team is whatever scraps you could pick out. Ah, so pretty much the same as me right now. That's what it was for a long time. Till season 6 and its Rupture IDs. Okay, is Rupture also a status effect? The odor is so intense it winds back to refreshing.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 이 안에서 죽으면 전투가 끝나도 되살아나지 못해요.
되살아나?
유행하는 개그인가 봐. 요샌 도시에 무슨 이야기가 떠도는지도 모를 정도가 되어버렸어.
Okay, this is a status effect. And is the status effect so strong that you just need to make a team of Rupture then? Or is it more like you enjoy Rupture the most? They seem to have misunderstood us, but seeing as Faust made no comment on it, I decided not to end my input. The current season is centered around it. Ah, okay, I see. So I guess it's not that it's the strongest right now, but the most favorable to use with new characters or new IDs. So the most majority of ID now is Rupture centered. It's semi-true and untrue. That's always the best kind of truth. Where you are kinda right, but actually you are wrong. The sources of his rancid smell were a more pressing concern. Looks like they probably died a while ago.
정확한 관측이십니다. 시체의 붕괴기에 다다른 것으로 보이는군요.
벌레들이 한창 잔치라도 여는 모양이네.
You did get to the Kanto 6 or 5 before you got some OD IDs. Okay, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. What do you mean you got some of the yeah. Some of the IDs. Ah, okay. Well, I will probably get to around somewhere in Kanto 2 before I need to think about really building a team, I guess. And then I probably will build a team around whatever 3-star character I have.
얼른 서두르자고.
응? 그래. 자기 혹시 벌레 무서워해?
이건 노파심인데 설마 벌레 시체를 얼굴에 들이대는 유치한 짓은
짠!
하지 않을 거라비. 아이, 저리 치워! 뭐가 이렇게 웃긴 거야?
If it works, it just works. Yeah, that's mostly my go-to for most games as well. As long as this works, it just works and I'll roll with it. And when I reach some point where nothing works anymore, I actually have to think about what I'm gonna do.
웃기잖아. 벌레를 무서워하는 게 다른 사람도 아닌 자기일 줄은. 그래. 그렇게 싫었어?
됐어.
거기 장난은 그만 쳐라. 관리자님이 신경 쓰셔야 할 거리를 만들지 말란 말이다.
잠깐. 이 시체는 아직 온기가 있군요.
공격받은 건 꽤 최근인 듯하구려.
The gloom that had cast over Yuri's face cleared after observing the bodies for a minute.
우리 아니 로보토미 코퍼레이션 직원들은 아니네요.
여긴 이제 금광이나 다름없는 곳이 되어버려서 어중이 떠중이들도 모여든다더군요. 몇몇 해결사나 조직들 사이에선 로보토미 드림이나 엔케팔린 러쉬란 말이 도는 정도니까요.
I never thought I would hear the term lobotomy dream as something good or something to strive for.
로드 앤 러쉬. 멋있는 줄임이군.
조용히 있다가 기껏 말한다는 게.
그러한 잉글리쉬는 본래의 뜻을 가물하게 만들지 않겠소.
제 말이 그 말이. 이성 씨, 뭔가 말수가 많아진 것 같은데요?
이상하오?
그이는 원래 말수가 적지 않은 사람이에요. 최근에 조금 바뀌었을 뿐.
관찰력이 높은 졸개가 많아지는 건 나쁘지 않은 일이지. 계속 지금의 상태를 유지해줬으면 좋겠군. 가지.
마치 그대가 캡틴 같구려. 관리자께서 할 일이라고 보오만.
제가 주제가 넘었습니다, 관리자님.
Frowning as though she were caught off guard, Otis bows to me as she apologizes. No, it's nothing. Let's head down. Most of the corpse's body parts were morphed in bizarre ways. One had pairs of wings protruding through the intestines, and another had horribly twisted antennae hanging down.
우리가 아까 마주쳤던 자들이랑 비슷해 보이지 않나요?
그 벌레머리 하고 있던 사람들 말이죠?
조용. 전방에 거수자 포착.
Otis noted multiple figures could be seen down the corridor.
거수자? 그 뭐야?
거동 수상자 적일지도 모른다고.
So one idea crossed all of our minds. The enigmatic abnormalities that might be roaming this facility, as Faust mentioned. That might be what those shadowy figures are.
마주칠 수밖에 없겠군.
어이, 거기 누구야?
Instead, what we faced was people. It was too early to deem that as fortunate, though.
뭐야, 이 근방엔 우리들 뿐이라며.
Are they eating that thing there?
입구 쪽에서 처리를 못한 건가? 그새 다른 쥐새끼들이 들어왔나 보군.
어이 벌레들, 아까 그 시체들은 너네 친구들이냐?
시체? 나 이 새끼
잠깐.
어디서 온 찌꺼기들인진 모르겠지만 들어봐. 어차피 너희도 엔케팔린을 챙기러 온 거지. 여기서 한 층만 더 내려가면 손쉽게 엔케팔린을 얻을 수 있어.
If an angry guy tells you just what you want to know, that's most definitely connected to some kind of trap or horrific monster springing on you the moment you enter that place.
너희에게 양보할게. 서로 챙길 것만 챙기고 좋게 좋게 헤어지자. 고.
알아본 것 같네.
The moment the soldier's eyes landed on Gregor's face, a thin veil of kindness was torn down.
배신자 녀석.
아, 너는 전방에 소속돼 있었나 보네. 어때? 그래도 포스터보다는 실물이 낫지?
헛소리 집어쳐. 내가 너 따위에게 경례를 했었다는 게 역겨우니까.
이래. 실물이 되고 한 것도 아닌데.
너는 그 가짜는 특혜로 시술 부작용 없이 평범한 사람 행세하며 살아갔겠지만 우린 아니었어. 이 기만자 새끼야. 우린 전쟁에서 패배하자마자 버려졌다고.
버려진 건 나도 마찬가지였어. 모든 군인들이 똑같지 않나? 그 중에서도 너희들은 버려진 벌레처럼 살아가길 선택했나 보지?
어이, 적을 도발해서 좋을 건 없지 않은가?
당신도 군 출신이라면 알잖아. 앞에 서 있는 것들과 싸우게 될지 아닐지 정도는.
순순히 보내줄 생각이었는데.
저 배신자 새끼째로 잘라 죽여주지.
어이없는 새끼들이네. 우리가 엔케팔린을 가져오면 그대로 뒤통수 갈겼을 것들이.
그랬던 거였어요?
밑바닥에 떨어질 대로 떨어진 놈들한테 의리란 게 남아있을 것 같냐? 가진 놈들도 뒤통수를 쳐 때리는 판인데 그럼 말랑한 걸 기대하냐 넌?
Your goal is to reach the last section of the bottom floor and retrieve the golden bow. The dungeon consists of multiple floors, each rife with events and encounters. Clear the sector and the end of a floor to proceed to the next. Each sector is connected to one or more paths. You can travel to 8 adjacent sectors by selecting them. It's possible to retrace your steps, so feel free to explore where you want first. Sinners don't heal after battle while in dungeons. Sinners with 0 HP are unable to participate, so keep track of their status. Reaching a checkpoint will allow you to fully restore your sinners. After losing a battle, you can reattempt it from the start with whatever living sinners remain on your whole team. Let's go middle. Each one is probably kind of the same. Let's go with the same one as the previous fights.
끝냈습니다.
악인들을 해치우세나.
다음은 완전한 침묵. 그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Let's go!
죽음으로 참여하라.
Oh, that went over faster than I expected. Gregor lights his cigarette and takes a drag, followed by smoke streaming out from his mouth.
다른 보안업체에 취직을 해도 이것보다는 나았을 텐데요.
평생을 군인으로 살았던 자들이다. 다른 직업으로 새 출발하기엔 적응하고 바뀌어야 할 것들이 너무 많았겠지.
그리고 몰락한 날개 출신이라는 건 엄청난 꼬리표야. 누가 받아주면 구두발이라도 핥아줘야 할 정도로. 미안하다. 내가 생각이 짧았네.
아니에요. 쥐사나 엘사나 상황은 비슷했겠죠. 날개가 부러진다는 건 그만큼 혼란스러운 사건이니까요.
I absolutely know nothing about these enemies. Yes, select 5. I have selected 5. Let's go. Entities known as abnormalities may be found in dungeons. A different kind of approach is needed in encounters against abnormalities. Battles that employ this different approach are called focused encounters. Let's explore its mechanics. All abnormalities have one or more parts. Each part has their own set of skill slots and speed values. Abnormalities often have multiple parts that can be targeted. The best kind of battle. And I guess I'm gonna experience the best kind of battle, Fumo. Each part uses skills from its assigned skill slots and its speed values can change from turn to turn. Focus encounters, you must select the sinner skill icons and chain them directly to the abnormality skill slot. Select the skill from the leftmost column on the dashboard. Now drag the selected skill to its enemy skill slot. Chain them. Remember, in focused encounters you connect the sinner skills directly to the enemy skill slot. Please press the gear on the left if you would like to zoom out and view the entire battlefield. Pressing the gear on the left while zoomed in will reset your field of view. Once you have connected every available skill to the enemy skill slots, the gear icon on the right, the bottom to enter the combat phase, will activate. Only then can you proceed to the combat phase. Now chain every sinner's skills to the enemy slots. Then start the combat phase using the gear icon on the right. That's where the speed value is really important. I see. Where do I actually see the speed value? Is that like the lower numbers? Like now the 18 versus 7? The number above the sinner and enemies. Ah, okay. I probably want sinners to attack parts with lower numbers than themselves. Or maybe the same number as well. Sinner with a speed of 4 can intercept enemies' attack with lower speed values. Okay.
부르셨나요?
Welcome to the stream, Alice, and congrats on being the first to save first. How far did I get on Limbus Company? I am on the end of Canto 1 right now. The first dungeon I experience.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Break their knees. Yeah, I'm gonna break their knees. If they do have knees, I'm not quite sure if abnormalities have knees actually.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
Oh, didn't want to do that. That one. Dungeon's ego resource stockpile between fights. Makes sense, since this is pretty much an ongoing fight. That's good to know, so you can basically stockpile your ego resources for the final boss.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져.
행동을 개시합니다.
죽음으로 참여하라.
Speed determines the order of actions taken in focused encounters. Now I'm learning with Fumo what you already told me. The speed assigned to each unit for this turn can be viewed here next to their skill slots. Speed of allied units can be viewed here on the dashboard as well. As you have just seen, focus encounters are conducted by chaining your unit's skills directly to the enemy skill slots. Now let's learn how to handle situations where several enemies are focusing on a single allied unit. Hover over then select this unit's slot here. Allies with faster speeds can force enemies with slower speeds to redirect their attacks and clash with them, instead by chaining their own skills against the enemies. Select a faster singer and chain the skill against the enemies. As demonstrated here, allies with faster speeds than the enemy can strategically draw attacks targeting other allies to themselves, depending on the flow of battle. If an allied unit's speed is faster than the enemy unit's, the allied unit can redirect the targeting of the enemy's skills to themselves. Once redirected, the allied unit and the enemy unit will clash. Another thing to note regarding targeting and redirecting: the allied unit targeted by an enemy skill can still clash against that skill regardless of their own speed. Train your skills against the enemies. Allies targeted by enemy skills can clash against enemies targeting themselves regardless of speed. If an allied unit's speed is equal to or slower than the enemy's, they cannot redirect the enemy's skill and may instead perform an unopposed attack. Allies with lower or equal speed values cannot force enemies with faster speed to target them. In such cases, both units will perform an unopposed attack marked by blue arrows instead of engaging in a clash first. Faster unit will attack first. Unopposed attacks skip clashes and strike directly. While multiple skills may target a single slot, only the last skill chained to it will clash. The others will activate as unopposed attacks. Sometimes it can be an effective strategy to forgo clashes and have multiple units use unopposed attacks against a single dangerous enemy, even if it leaves them exposed to attacks from others. Let's go!
정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오.
실패의 기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져라.
다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
I always want to do the wrong kind of thing.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
인단이 휘청거리는군.
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져라.
당연한 결과죠.
전 처음 봐요.
모른다고?
Hopkins' face quickly turned into a cold frown. It was in such stark contrast to the face he showed before Vergilius, I shuddered in fright.
아니, 그게
우리가 굳이 추락한 날개에 깃털을 준 이유가 뭔지 알지 않나?
엘사의 지부의 의뢰를 조금이나마 안전하게 해결하려고.
잘하네. 하급 관리직 출신에게 별로 바라는 것도 없었어. 길 안내, 그리고 저 환상 체인지, 환장 체인지 하는 걸 어떻게 조져야 할지 알려주는 거.
Is he really haughty for a grade 8 fixer?
근데 처음 본다는 말이나 하면 우린 어떻게 해야 되는 거냐?
호핀스, 배고파졌어? 살살 좀 해.
유리 씨가 처음 본 게 확실하다면 이 개체는 환상체에서부터 비롯된 또 무언가.
He's kinda a prick. Yeah, he really is Fumo.
그 코퍼레이션이 모든 환상체를 관리하고 있지는 않았을 수도 있어. 유리안이 공부를 소홀히 하지 않았다면 스스로를 탓할 필요도 없을 것이오.
감사합니다.
뭘 간질거리게 입씨름을 하고 있어. 가서 두들겨 패면 되잖아.
시킨다면 할 뿐이다.
Let's go to Containment Hall 3.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다.
To battle we go. Oh, welcome back from the lurk, Star. Also a welcoming quack to you. I see you changed your name.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
No, that is not what I wanted to do. To differentiate you from others. How does it do? That does differentiate you, but yeah, it works. It definitely tells the people that you are a duck. Hunter 1 and 2 is here to let you the time to adapt to all the mechanics. Yeah, I thought so, Fumo. But it's pretty much the same in every kind of stage-based gacha game that I know. The first few chapters are pretty easy usually to get you started, learn the battle systems, and then stuff gets difficult. Playing Nikke alongside with watching my stream, Sunshower. Thanks for having me as your background noise. How are you doing in Nikke? I have played it a bit, but not really much. I probably played more Nikke and Stellar Blade than I played Nikke for real. Welcome back to the lurking faction, Star. Now I've got a duck sitting behind me and lurking, watching everything I do. I'm not sure if that is reassuring or concerning.
악인들을 해치우세나 정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오.
위험을 갖지.
지금으로 참여하라.
완전한 침묵.
Nick is so goon you can't stop.
붉은 시선님의 수하들답게 능력도 만만치.
Well, even if you're kidding, I can definitely understand that.
수아라고?
아이고, 우리 호킨스가 말 실수를 해서 제가 대신 사과할게요. 그런데 왜 이렇게 꾸물럭대는 거야, 호킨스? 치질 다시 도졌어?
무슨 말을 하는 거야? 내가 언제?
Hopkins got up after a bit of dawdling. His pockets were laden with something, but I decided not to bother pointing it out. You can find checkpoints as you explore the dungeon. Your sinners will fully heal their HP and reset their SP upon reaching one. When all of your sinners die, you'll be brought back to your last checkpoint. Do note that progress made beyond said checkpoint will be reset as well.
뭐 이쯤이면 적당하겠네요.
As I opened the door, Faust suddenly stood before me.
눈을 감고 어둠 속에 숨어 있는 별을 찾아보세요. 너무 찬란하지도 않고 은은하게 드러나고 있는.
Star, this one won't hurt, right?
별을 찾는 것만이라면 아프지는 않죠.
Something about the way Faust put that bothered me, but I decided to trust her and block my sight.
다시 눈을 뜨면 까마득했던 별은 당신과 눈을 맞추고 있을 거예요.
That's beautiful. That light, is it only visible to me?
아니요. 당신을 통해서 이젠 모두가 던전이 아니지만 모두가 별을 통해 당신을 통한 혜택을 받을 수 있게 되었죠.
그럼 얼른 시계 돌려주세요. 어깨뼈 쪽이 아까부터 탈구된 것 같거든요.
돌린다고요? 그 시계 정말 돌릴 수 있는 거였어요?
돌아가기만 하겠어. 엄청 신기한 능력을 가지고 있다고. 유리 씨도 한번 구경해봐.
Will no one recognize the pain I endure? Dante, the nurse.
카니발 타임.
Battle we go.
상쾌한 기분.
I'm dying here.
그 시계 진짜 신기하네요. 정말 듣도 보도 못한 기술이에요.
이 정도면 특이점 수준인데 대체 어떤 날개가 뒤에?
Hopkins greedily stared at my head. I really tried to ignore it, but looking at his stuffed pockets again.
단테, 왜 네 머리를 붙잡고 있는 거야?
It's nothing.
파우스티안, 관리자께서 가진 시계는 저들의 목숨을 돌려줄 수는 없소?
시계는 수감자들에게만 동작해요.
차라리 그게 낫네. 배에 구멍이 숭 났는데 못 죽고 되살아나지면 그게 더 끔찍하잖아? 아니다. 배가 뚫린 거면 운이 좋은 거지. 몇 초 안에 죽으니까.
Wait. Yeah, that was kind of a death, like. A hard tentacle erupts from the wall and penetrates Aya's abdomen in an instant.
전원, 전투 준비.
내가 말했지. 난 항상 운이 좋았다니까.
Okay, since the situation is kinda extreme right now, I'm refraining from any jokes of lucky girls getting penetrated by tentacles.
이미 절명했어.
자,
Yeah, Sunshower
이럴 때일수록
is a poor girl
똑바로 차려야지.
having died like that.
일반적인 공격의 형태를 취하고 있지 않네요. 환상체일 가능성이 높습니다.
관리자님, 명령을 부탁드립니다.
I felt pity for Yuri. She looked at Aya's corpse and then back to us with tears. Nevertheless, Yuri, Hopkins and Aya, those three I can't revive. We have to fight now if we don't want any more casualties.
현명한 판단이십니다.
저 째까기는 소리가 해석이 되는 건가?
Otis gave Hopkins a fiery glare, soon reminded herself of her priorities and breathed in to shout,
관리자님의 명령이다. 졸개들아, 포위 진영을 구축한다. 목표는 전방의 거수자.
네.
그런데 저걸 잘하고 칭할 수 있는지가 의문이구만.
Slowly encroaching vines followed by the shadow of a figure that looks to be several times taller than a human. It was approaching, begetting fright unlike any foe we faced up until now. Time for the very first boss fight. You have encountered a new abnormality. Please view its abnormality guide. The abnormality guide lists information about the abnormality. The guide will gradually fill up as you battle the abnormality. Raise the observation level by repeated encountering and battling the abnormality. Higher observation levels slightly increases the damage you deal against the abnormality. You may encounter abnormalities with multiple parts in the dungeons you explore. In such cases, each part may have different resistances, passives, and skills. This abnormality's weak point is its fruit part. Target the fruit. You destroyed a part of the abnormality. Let us consult the abnormality guide to see if anything has been updated. You destroyed the fruit part. Physical resistance values for destroyed parts become fatal. Please note that parts marked as severable cannot be attacked again once destroyed, unless they regenerate. Progressing through the encounter will unlock the enemy's passive information. Reading the details and clues in the enemy's information window is crucial to winning certain battles. Continue suppressing this abnormality.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Ooh, that went not so well.
터졌나?
During focused encounters, you, the manager, may occasionally be tasked with making key decisions in choice events. The tide of battle may drastically shift depending on your choices, so choose wisely. These choice events function like skill checks. They have a required sin affinity and a threshold to pass. Each choice event represents an affinity advantage. Select a sinner with a matching skill affinity to increase your chances of success. Passing or failing the check will determine the outcome. A heart torn into thousands of pieces must be kept from all eyes. Thus it burrowed into the ground and tangled itself. Yet someone has to pull up these thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled in piercing, sharp pain was something to avoid even in one's dreams. The sinners gave each other the breath advantage. The dry earth must be upturned. Which sinner was up to the task? Who's a character to perform the check with? I guess it's favorable to choose the character who has a very high chance. Let's go. Check passed. Otis walked with shaky steps. With bare hands they dug up the roots. In their hands were the doubts of others. The sinner realized that while the injury may heal, distrust might take deep root in their heart. Effects of entangling roots expired.
당연히 내가 1등 스코어지.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Okay, Donkey Shot being staggered is not so good. Maybe I'll try an ego skill.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Hey Star, my stream is going good. Not much different from the last time you emerged from the log, I would say. Right now I'm fighting my very first boss enemy. Hey Coffee Jr., thanks for the follow and welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Thanks for the hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate as soon as this battle phase starts.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
굉장히 휘청거리는군. 자! 처리했어!
Yes, I take your follow with great appreciation, Coffee. And thanks for bringing coffee from Redsten, Star. Star kidnapped you and placed you here. Well, you could have worse places to be brought when kidnapped, I would say.
환상체는 함부로 제압하기 힘들 정도로 강력하다고 들었는데요.
You figured coffee could use some culture. Then he is in the right place. I'm a very cultured bun.
클리포트 억제력 때문이에요.
뭐? 커피 포트?
환상체들을 약화시키는 힘이에요. 격리실에서 보다 안전하게 환상체를 관리하기 위해 황금가지를 회수할수록 그 억제력도 점점 약해져 가겠죠. 지금은 이 정도로 끝났지만.
The most cultured sussy bun as can be. But what kind of culture? You know exactly what kind of culture.
나중엔 100번을 죽었다 깨어나도 힘들 수 있다는 말이네요.
Culture. Yeah, that kind of culture, Star. You're right with that. Where did Scorps go anyway? I'm pretty sure that attack did it in.
분명 숨통은 끊어졌습니다. 관리자님의 탁월한 지휘 덕택이죠.
Don't have disappeared into the sky. You can see a lot of culture. Then I guess you found the right place, Coffee.
역시 관리자님입니다. 그럴 가능성도 배제할 순 없죠.
아이, 너희 눈엔 이 단단해 보이는 지하천장이 안 보이냐?
All culture all the time. I wouldn't say all culture, we are not the British Museum here, but a lot of culture.
이쪽을 보세요.
Listless, Yuri pointed at something. The shock of losing Aya must have shaken her badly, but seeing her hold her own and keep her head up, I felt I should let her be and follow along with her for a while. You mean just because I didn't steal the culture I possess? Yeah, okay, that's true. I didn't steal any culture. At least not not actively. Some people can be a bit weird at the difference of stealing and appreciating culture. You want the same culture as me one day, then feel free to hang out here quite a lot. You can also join my Discord server if you'd like to. There's not much culture there, but maybe some is coming sometime soon. Exactly, Sassy Bun culture is the culture of the future. And thanks for the Discord link, Star. You just made a mistake, Sunshower. Oh, what kind of mistake did you make? Did you goon too hard on Nike? I felt I should let her be and follow along with her for a while. Is that an egg?
환상체의 핵이군요. 적절하게 제압했을 경우 이러한 아래 모양으로 환원되죠.
그리고 부화할 거예요. 이 공간에서 일정 시간이 지난다면요.
You went to Red's NSFW channel and there you found a lot of culture. Yeah, there's a lot of culture happening there. I don't have that kind of culture on my Discord yet.
뭐? 그런 개 같은 일이.
이것들이 죽지 않는다는 소리인가요?
환상체는 죽지 않아요. 그래서 엘사의 생산 에너지량이 어마어마했던 거기도 하고요.
Those are scientific cultures, different kind of culture. Yet? Yes, exactly, you heard right, Coffee. Do I know what Mirror Dungeon is? I don't quite know that yet, son. shower, because this is my very first dungeon I entered. Bacterial, viral, chemical, biological, and not that kind of cultures. Although, I guess biological fits somewhat.
이 상태의 핵을 격리실에 가져다 놓는 게 제가 하는 일이었는데 이젠 반대네요.
알이 다시 깨어나기 전까지 저희가 해야 할 일은 뭐죠?
림버스 컴퍼니에는 이런 환상체들을 담당하는 부서가 별도로 있어요. 그들이 회수해 갈 겁니다.
Natural selection. Not quite natural selection, Star. And I wouldn't say military culture. We haven't dabbled into that. Only in games.
그 애프터 팀이요? 안내받을 때 들었던 기억이 나네요.
Unnatural selection. That does sound like something that could happen in culture.
그럼 시간 끌지 말고 빨리 부르지 그래.
연락은
Especially the unnatural part.
그건 그렇겠지.
너무 걱정할 필요는 없습니다. 황금가지만 찾는다면 싫어도 돌아갈 테니까요.
We went down the floor. Never mind, it's not a big deal. Okay, sun shower. You can share it if you want to. I might not understand it though, but well, I look forward to the day I would understand it. We went down the floor.
이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄 몰랐어요.
Parasocial relations. Maybe not that bad, Star.
대체적으로 로보토미 지부들은 여러 개의 층으로 구성이 되어 있어요. 그리고 각자 층마다 주인이 되는 환상체들이 존재할 거예요.
어? 아까 그런 게 또 나온다고?
Just you didn't pay attention to the game and all your sinners are now dead. Okay. That does sound like a mistake.
그런 전투 정보? 아니 그걸 대체 어떻게 알고 있는 거야?
파우스트는 모든 걸 알고 있어요. 안내에서는 비포팀이 사전 정찰을 한다고 하더라고요.
그냥 네가 관계자라서 하는 것뿐이잖아.
틀린 말을 하진 않았잖아요.
어쨌든 주요 적군이 매층에 하나씩은 존재한다는 거군. 등 뒤에 적을 두고서 전진하는 멍청한 일은 할 수 없으니 결국 그 층의 환상체를 정리해야만 하겠군.
파우스트가 할 말을 앗아가 버렸네요.
말하지 않더라도 의도를 전달할 수 있다면 그보다 이상적인 것은 없지 않겠소.
단테, 별을 볼 때예요.
I'm your manager, not a scapegoat, you know. Let's save the team and let's go. Welcome back to the Lurk Star. Enjoy lurking around and having me as your background noise.
따라갈 준비는 끝냈습니다.
Another veteran appeared in the dark, carrying a depressed aura. Sparkling old badge seemed to signify a high rank once held.
그레고르 과장,
당신 얼굴은 알 것도 같아.
자네 부장이었다. 혼자 도망친 것도 모자라 이젠 옛 전우이자 내 부하 녀석들까지 죽였군.
One thing, do I know PGR? That doesn't really ring a bell with me. Sunshower?
이봐, 전쟁은 10년 전에 끝났어. 아직도 병정놀이에서 벗어나지 못했나?
Punishing Grey Raven. No, sorry, I never heard of that before.
끝나? 아무것도 안 끝났다. 아무것도 끝나지 않았다. 주의사에서 도망치면서 네 전쟁은 끝났을지도 모르겠지만 우리는 아직도 전쟁의 한복판에 계속 서 있다.
아, 이런 동질감은 갖고 싶진 않았지만
Is it something from another Project Moon game or from later on in Limbus Company's Sunshower?
나라고 크게 다르지도 않아.
그렇다면 이해해야지, 과장. 전쟁터에서 배신자에게 내려지는 결론은 항상 똑같다고.
그럴듯하게 말하지만 복수를 위한 즉결처형은 사칙 위반이야. 부장 양반.
Time for some attack. Oh, the manager's in the back there. Oops.
행동을 개시합니다.
No, it's not from Project Moon. Ah, okay, I see.
위원을 같이 그대로 무너져.
Natural fight, that's something new. Okay.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오. 죽음으로 참여하라.
위원을 같이
The barber coming in for the kill. Perhaps the time this ex-soldier spent off the battlefield was long enough to rust his prowess. The head manager, who must have defeated countless enemies in his glory days, was now nearing his own end.
한때는 널 존경하는 자들도 있었지. 그레고르.
존경해달라고 부탁한 적은 없었어.
더 이상은 전진하지 마라. 그곳은 지옥이야.
미안하지만 그러기는 힘들 것 같아. 성실하게 일하지 않으면 잘리거든.
돈에 명예까지 팔아버린 거냐?
애저녁에 훈장이랑 같이 팔았지. 집주인이 월세를 독촉해서 말이야.
With a smile appeared on the head manager's face.
너도 우리와 다를 것 없군. 결국 우리는 역겨운 벌레 새끼들일 뿐.
Took a few more shallow breaths, then ceased to move.
어이,
이번만이다.
Gregor put the borrowed cigarette next to the one he already had held in his mouth, then lit it and tossed it on the chest of a deceased commander.
미안. 저거한테 내 담배를 나눠서 물려주기는 싫었거든.
I'm not really sure Ryushu will like that explanation. Or maybe she does. Ryushu gave a snort, the smoke from Gregor's cigarette lingered with the prevailing silence in the air for a short while. Let's go Containment Hall 5.
이번엔 어떤 짓을 한 악인들이요?
이곳부터는 폐장병들이 머물렀던 흔적조차 보이지 않네요.
더 이상 전진은 하지 말라고도 경고하던데.
As we proceeded, we discovered bodies that seemed to have been there for quite some time.
이건 로리 아니 엘사 직원들의 시체예요.
둔기로 맞은 흔적이요. 천원이 그러하구려.
관리 기록서. 이건 환상체 관리법을 적어두는 문서예요. 보통 관리 업무를 지정받으면 지겨울 정도로 암기일에서 들어가니까 이런 건 필요 없는데.
추측컨대 환상체가 탈출했고 아무도 관리법을 알지 못했던 게 아닐까 하오만.
아직 격리실로 운반하지 않은 날들이었다면 그럴 수도 있겠네요.
There are way too many corpses here.
대체 어떤 환상체길래 이렇게 많은 수의 직원들이... 잠깐... 이게 무슨 냄새죠?
이번에 사무실에서 비싼 장비를 하나 장만했죠.
얜 또 뭐라는 거냐?
Not really a good sign that he's wearing a gas mask.
검출이 높아진다고 그런 소문을 들은 적이 있었거든요.
나 아까부터 귀에서 피가 흐르는데 이거 괜찮은 거야? 고난 없이 어찌 전투를...
지속 노출되면 신체에서 지속적으로 출혈을 일으킨다더군요.
정작 그렇게 말하는 본인은 너무 멀쩡한데?
이거 예전에 보급되었던 환상체 제압용 독성 가스탄이에요. 신체들 사이에서 폭발이라도 했나봐요.
확실히 이 부분부터는 도끼가 꽤 진해지는군요.
Hawkins had put on a gas mask before we noticed.
뭐야, 우린 저런 거 없어?
제공되는 보급품은 따로 없었습니다.
이 새끼, 넌 일찌감치 알고 있었냐?
Heathcliff stopped mid-sentence and fell to one knee.
흥분하면 혈류가 더 빨라집니다. 독이 금방 퍼진다는 거죠. 자리에서 되도록 날뛰지 말고 최대한 천천히 호흡하세요.
호킨스 씨, 왜 미리 말을 해주시지 않으셨어요?
나야말로 물어보자 유리. 별 기대도 안 하고 들여놓은 짐짝 같은 사람한테 가뜩이나 비싼 물건을 축낼 만한 사실을 왜 알려야 하지? 냉정하게 말하면 우리 사무실에 네가 발을 들인 것도 놀라운 거야. 아야는 널 귀엽게 봐서 챙겨주려고 했을지는 몰라도 지금은 죽었는데 무슨 상관이야?
비겁한 새끼. 그러고 살고 싶냐?
해결사에게 비겁이라니 되도 않는 말을 하네. 붉은 시선님이 데리고 다니는 이들이길래 누군지나 보려고 했더니 제대로 된 도구나 정보도 없이 여길 기어들어오는 미친놈들이었을 줄이야.
저딴 새끼를 그냥 두고만 봐야 한다니.
Feeling the ire towards him, Hopkins backed away and scurried to the exit.
덕분에 엔케팔리는 쏠쏠하게 얻어갈 수 있었어. 창피할 테니까 질식사 말고 행방불명이라고 보고해줄게. 그럼
That guy really is a prick. Yuri slumped to the floor, watching blood pour from her nose to her hands. And she's not the only one. Rhodia, Heathcliff, and the other sinners are suffering from blood loss too. Gregor?
유품이나 챙겨주려고 들고 왔던 건데
He was holding the same type of gas mask as the one Hopkins wore.
아야씨가 넌 챙겨주려고 했었다면서. 그럼 네 거지. 도구도 없이 기어들어온 이 미친놈들은 다 살아남을 구멍이 있으니까 걱정 말고.
Coughing up blood, Yuri put on the mask.
알고 있어요. 밤낮 없이 굳은 일을 도맡아봤자 아무 연고도 없이 사무실에 인정받는 게 쉬운 일이 아니란 거지만 지부가 폐쇄될 때까지 남은 시간은 고작 3분이었고
부지 메모를 시작합니다.
제 눈앞에서 문이 닫혀가고 있었어요.
에너지 전송 85% 완료.
유리, 날 두고 가지 마. 유리!
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요? 살아남은 게 죄인가요? 동료들이랑 같이 파묻히기라도 했어야 해요? 환생체들이 도시로 빠져나오면 안 된다는 이유로 회사가 통째로 폐쇄되고 있는데
죄지. 이곳에선
그 말은 좀 아프네요. 그래, 고르씨.
Standing astounded, I snapped back to reality and checked on the sinners. Half of them had already passed away on the floor, and Ishmael's head drooped just after she said her last words.
그러면 뭐 어떠냐? 계속 뻔뻔하게 살아남아야지. 일일이 죄책감 부여하다간 네 마음이 남아나지 않아.
Gregor drawing his last breath, Yuri and I became the only surviving members standing in the area. Don't worry too much about us, I can take them back there and revive them. I knew mechanical ticking was all Yuri could hear, but I did my best to communicate my message to her nonetheless. Yuri ended the conversation with not a word after. After a long period of awkward gloom, the toxic gas finally dispersed.
이제 괜찮은 것 같네요.
Oh yeah.
도울게요. 가서 빨리 살리고 오죠.
Saying that, Yuri took the gas mask off and calmly carried the sinners on her shoulders one by one. Unsure what to say for her, I remained quiet. How does this battle fit in here right now from like the story lore?
악인들을 해치우세나.
Revive Sinner, get jumped on. I kind of feel like we are missing one step there. Truly a Hopkins moment. I guess this is not the last thing we've seen of Hopkins then.
악인들을 해치우세나. 죽음으로 참여하라.
김밥이 터졌나?
행동을
Let's just do it the easy way.
죽음으로
Or
참여하라.
rather the quick way. Okay, time to go for the canteen. Are those abnormalities responsible for killing all the employees?
아니에요. 아마 제 짐작이 맞다면.
전방을 주시하십시오, 관리자님. 아까랑 똑같은 놈이 하나 더 있습니다.
Not gonna lie, you can win rate most of a battle from the first canto to save time. Yeah, I can imagine that, but it's fun to also do the... or connect the skills myself and kind of think about what to do, trying to do in some kind of strategic way. But if there's only one enemy with low health remaining, it's just a waste of time to just string every skill to it when I'm doing stuff like that automatic thing. Humanoid being wearing the hat of a statue was sitting against the wall.
안녕. 너희도 제비뽑기를 하러 사원증을 다 모아서 주면 당첨자를 고르는 거야.
Hand was barely grasping onto the strap of an employee ID card. Alex was the name written on it.
알렉스.
제정신이 아닌데. 당첨자 타령은 뭐야?
어떤 환상체들은 관리법에 정기적으로 희생물을 정해 바치라고 쓰여져 있었죠.
그쪽으로 가면 안 돼. 그것들이 곧 찾아낼 거야.
그리고 결국 인신공양에 있었던 거구나.
네가 뽑을 차례야.
Offering?
인신 공양을 하지 않으면 어떻게 되는데요?
그건 몰라요. 관리법은 항상 철저히 지켜졌었거든요.
탈출해서 닥치는 대로 사람을 죽이고 다녔던 건가요?
그 환상체라는 놈 되게 졸렬한가 보네. 만나면 뒤통수를 까고 다니나 보지?
그게 무슨 말이에요?
단체로 눈이 삐기라도 했냐? 그건 사람이 낸 상처였어. 서로 한 대라도 더 때리려고 기를 썼더만. 저 등신들은 지들끼리 치고받다가 뒤진 거야.
Yeah, I'm sure Heathcliff knows how it looks like if someone got attacked by a human.
왜 그런 건데요?
뻔하지. 지부가 무너지고 한동안은 어떻게든 살아남을 거라 생각했을 거야. 꾸준히 사람을 바치기만 한다면 언젠간 구조가 될 수도 있으니까. 제비뽑기로 몇 달은 버텼겠지. 일단 한 놈만 죽으면 잠깐은 버틸 수 있으니까. 근데 그걸 희생자가 고지고대로 받아들이겠냐? 내가 죽을 바엔 눈앞에 있는 놈 머리통을 터뜨리겠어. 그럼 적어도 지금 내가 바쳐지는 일은 없을 테니까. 뭐 그렇게 흘러갔겠지.
그러다 마지막으로 살아남아서 그들과 같은 석상을 뒤집어 쓰고 있으면 인신 공양을 피할 수 있을 거라고 생각했군요.
그럴 리가 없어요. 알렉스는 자기가 살려고 남을 죽이는 직원이 절대...
그걸 네가 어떻게 알아? 저놈이 진짜 알렉스인지 확실하지도 않잖아.
한 가지 조언을 해줄까? 그들이 직접 데리러 오기 전에 직접 걸어가는 편이 훨씬 편할 거야.
이만 떠나지. 이자는 곧 숨을 거둘 거다.
Everyone else moved along. Yuri remained in place and continued to stare down the statue-clad individual.
잘못이 아니었어. 알고 있지?
날 두고 가, 유리. 제발 날 두고 가.
Time to go. They are rummaging through corpses, looking for something. Relentless demands for an offering ring in the ears. They look like they might jump us at any second. You see a dying person nearby, gasping for air. Should you offer this person up, or... All allies lose SP, gain an ego gift. Don't offer a person, begin a combat encounter, win to gain a stronger ego gift. Offer a sinner. I want a stronger ego gift. Angered by your inaction, the clay dolls attacked you. Win the next battle to gain ego gift Bloodied Mask of a Devotee.
목표인가요?
Let's go! Time for them to get sacrificed. Yeah, we're gonna sacrifice the clay dolls. No one ever said the sacrifice had to be a human.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 죽음으로 참여하라.
Imagine a god saying to the people, I demand a sacrifice, and the people just start sacrificing human beings to the god or divine being, and the divine being is just like, what the hell is wrong with you? I demanded sacrifices, not blood offerings. You could have given me some bread or so as well. I would have been okay with that. All allies gain +5 offense level and +5 defense level. That sounds good. Critical abnormality block. Let's go.
카니발 타임.
Thanks for the follow, local nothing. And hi to you as well, welcome to the stream. And thanks for the love, who wanted to drink something, but that's love, not hydrate. I can't attack the big one before taking care of the little ones.
행동을 개시합니다.
You're eating a sandwich, it's yummy. That's good to hear. Enjoy your sandwich.
당연한 결과죠.
Abnormality looks upset. It seems to want something, but what should we give? Okay, I can't see what it wants to be given. Did it summon another doll? Maybe I need to take care of it. Doomsday calendar. And I was just thinking that kind of looks like the Maya calendar. There are many ways to calm one down, but this abnormality seems to like gifts the most. Fresh batch of blood might be able to appease it. Oh shit, I can't offer a clay doll. Do I have to offer a sinner? I want to offer a clay doll. Let me offer a clay doll. Okay, offer a sinner. Looks like one of the sinners will have to do a clay doll's job. Who would appease the abnormality? Of course it's a lust advantage. Yeah, that's what I thought was the reason, Fumo. I need to kill the clay dolls to offer them. Okay, is it now good to have very high chances for this? I mean, you're getting sacrificed. If you succeed in it, are you getting very well sacrificed? Surprise. Yeah, I guess I need to find out. Let's try Rhodia. It appears that Rhodion's blood was fresh enough. Satiated, the abnormality calmed down for a moment. Rodion loses 20 HP. All of Doomsday Calendar's parts gain 3 attack power. That really is an unpleasant surprise. Okay, I guess I need to kill clay dolls. Okay, one clay doll is dead. And Faust got eaten.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져.
행동을 개시합니다.
Just as the Mayan predicted. Yeah, Fumo, the Mayan definitely predicted this kind of battle.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Leader of the abnormality is wearing everyone down. We'll have to make an offering to calm its wrath.
행동을 개시합니다.
the hell are these little clay dolls wiping the floor with me?
당연한 결과죠.
Weaken the flame, you'll need cool water. Since we aren't carrying any buckets of water, we should offer up something cool instead. Now I can offer a clay doll. You gave a living clay doll its tribute. The flame shrunk to a flicker. Doomsday Calendar loses 100 HP. Oh, that is a very pleasant surprise. Frenzy of Doomsday Calendar expired. That was a very, very pleasant surprise.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
처리했어.
You sense a dangerous glow. I don't like the sound of that. Maybe attack this one very quickly. Everything I got.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 여행엔 목적이 있었지.
당연한 결과죠.
2층에는 유독 구더기들이 많이 보이네.
Hey, what's the name of the second boss of the game? Doomsday Calendar. Very fitting name. These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor's abnormality. Don't want anything like that ever again.
그거 그렉이 들으면 기뻐하겠다. 안 그래 벌레 친구?
But Gregor wasn't paying attention to Rudia.
다들 아까부터 무슨 소리 안 들려?
소리라면 계속 들렸잖아요. 로자 씨, 이 상황에서까지 배가 고픈 거예요?
그런 건 모르는 척하는 거야. 응?
아니, 그거 말고 마치
For the first time on the expedition, Gregor walked ahead of the group and opened the door next to him as if by some compulsion.
잠깐, 거긴 환상체 격리실.
마치 그때처럼.
No, the door was already open. Gregor gazed into the shower of golden light pouring from the room. Gregor...
우리 시간 여행이라도 한 걸까요?
Seen overcast sky. Cries and screams twist and ring out at a distance. Time to explore trauma. Yay! Trauma! Good thing it's not our trauma, it's just Gregor's, but it's probably gonna be traumatic. And in the sky, gunfire and artillery created cacophony.
딱 보면 모르는가. 이곳은 전장, 한복판.
이건 꿈? 악몽? 왜 또다시?
그러니까 왜 전장 한복판에 있냔 말이야? 함정이라도 빠진 거 아니야?
아니요. 길을 잘 찾은 것 같군요. 멀지 않은 곳에 우리가 찾던 기술의 정수가 있습니다.
황금가지요?
네. 다들 이곳이 언제인지 알아보시겠나요?
눈이라는 게 있다면 한눈에 알아보겠지.
I actually don't. Yeah, you don't have any functioning eyes, so it's understandable that you don't know where and when you are. I confessed.
관리자님은 모르는 게 당연합니다. 관리자님께서는 눈이 없으시니.
그걸 변명이라고 하나요?
Hey, that was the same excuse I had, so that is the best excuse you could have gone with. Otis cleared her throat as if to mask her embarrassment, then turned her narrow gaze to the battlefield.
소속을 과시하는 듯한 형형색색 촌스러운 깃발들이 나부끼는 걸로 봐선 연기 전쟁이 발발한 지 최소 70일 후입니다, 관리자님.
Suddenly, there was a strong tug at Heathcliff's coat from behind.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해! 저 폭탄에 노출되면 급격하게 노화가 진행된다고! 엽초소 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 걷지도 못한다니까!
What kind of bomb lets you age? That sounds really horrific.
대체 이 자식은 누군데 아는 척을?
그레고로 과장님, 고생 많으십니다.
The bandaged man snapped to attention and saluted Gregor as soon as he saw him.
저를 모르시겠죠? 생체관리팀 토마입니다. 선발 대열에 계신 줄 알았는데 후방에 있었을 줄은 몰랐네요. 합류를 해야 하는 거면 제가 도와드릴까요? 전 다리 특화형이어서 점프에는 자신이...
말만 들어도 징그러워.
Toma looked at Rhodia with suspicion.
방금 무슨 말을...
도마 대리... 사원인가?
네! 2등 사원입니다.
이쪽은 아직 시술된 지 얼마 안 된 직원이라 정신착란 부작용이 해결되지 않았어. 내가 잘 타이르.
그렇군요. 아무리 그래도 전시에 준비도 안 된 직원을...
미안하네. 내가 급히 데려갈 일이 있어서.
Gregor practically yanked himself out of the conversation and hurriedly walked to Faust.
어떻게 된 거지, 파우스트 씨? 이건 내 기억이잖아.
정확히는 자아 심도예요. 당신의 마음속에 나 있는 하나의 길. 우리가 그레고르 씨의 마음 안에 들어오게 되었다는 뜻이죠.
Progress has been saved. How long is this dungeon? What happens if I go that way up there? Can I even go down here? The last floor. Okay, I hoped that would be it, Fumo.
카니발 타임.
토할 것 같아요. 눈앞의 것들이 모조리 일렁이고 있어서.
심압이 높아지고 있는 것 같군요. 하지만 무사가...
Thanks for Hydrate Star.
어떤 적이 있었던 것 같다. 혹은
Also guys, don't forget to drink yourself.
이 공간에 존재하는 색이라고는 단 두 개다. 벽을 온통 뒤덮은 청색, 그리고 흔들리는 적색. 그리고 난 이곳을 나가는 방법에 대해 알고 있다. 팔을 뻗어 무기력하게 흔들리는 사과를 조각내기만 하면 되는 것이었다. 황색 가운을 입은 자들은 내가 그 조건을 이해하지 못하는 것처럼 보였는지 하루에도 몇 번씩 찾아와서 설명을 반복했지만 안타깝게도 내가 이해하지 못하는 것은 그런 것이 아니었다. 마침내 이해하기를 포기하고 동강난 사과가 땅에 떨어지던 그때 닫혀있던 문이 열렸다. 계기는 기억나지 않는다. 정신적으로 너무 지쳐있었던 걸지도 모르고 그냥 체념하기로 결심했던 걸지도 모른다. 어찌됐든 악몽에서 벗어나고 싶다는 생각을 했다는 것만.
드디어 해냈네? 그럴 줄 알았어. 성공적인 수술이었거든. 앞으로도 그렇게 하면 된단다. 눈앞에 사과를 조각내는 거야. 아, 맞다. 15번째 생일을 축하해.
네. 포기와 체념을 통해 벗어난 악몽. 어느 날 아침 꿈에서 깨어나고 나니 나는 한 마리 흉측한 해충으로 변해 있었음을 발견할 수 있었다. 사과를 조각낸다. 어떤 건 딱딱했고 화석했고 물렀고 장르가 퍼질 때마다 가끔 구역질이 났다. 깨달은 건 언제였을까?
It was not cutting apples but hearts.
꿈에서 깨어났다고 생각했지만 나는 여전히 악몽의 한가운데였다는 것을.
악인들을 해치우세나! 정화! 인간이 휘청거리는 걸 처리했어!
기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져라.
Okay.
또 전쟁터 한가운데.
How can Gregor be sinner number 13 if we only have 12 sinners?
아까랑 같은 장소네요. 조금 달라졌지만.
Ante is also one. I see. Which number is he? Because if I remember correctly, Sang Yi is sinner number 1. He also have a number on his code. I have to look out for that and see which number he is then. Did I know that? Did I know? I'm not quite sure what I know there, Elmo. Could you elaborate? There was a strong tug at Heathcliff's coat from behind.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피하라고! 저 폭탄에 노출되면 급격하게 노화가 돼! 옆둥지 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 걷지도 못한다니까!
잠깐, 이전은 아까
하지만 너무 걱정하지 마. 그레고르님이 계시니까 우리와 다르게 부작용도 적고 심지어 재생까지 가능하잖아요? 실력으로는 누구보다 탁월한 헤르만 이사님이 직접 손보신 분인데 그런 분이 후발 부대에 계시면 안 되죠? 제가 태워다 드리겠습니다.
뭔데? 가까이 오지 마.
4 pairs of wings emerged from his back, clicking and twitching.
왜 도망가세요? 지사의 깃발을 들고 앞장서서 싸워주셔야죠.
난 한 번도 원한 적 없었어. 개조도 전쟁.
앞장서서.
Oh, this is not looking good for Toma. Toma's mouth opens unnaturally and a pair of long antennae begin to grow from his face.
또 싸워야 돼? 슬슬 속이 안 좋아지는데.
무슨 헛소리지? 명령 불복종자가 되고 싶은 건가?
Ah, he's number 10. Okay. I think we should run here.
탁월한 계획입니다, 관리자님. 치고 빠질 때를 잘 아시는군요.
뭐 이런 녀석이 더 있어?
후퇴는 용납되지 않을 거예요.
이해가 되지 않아요. 전 직원들을 대상으로 개조가 이루어졌다고는 들었지만 이렇게까지 고약하진 않았을 텐데요.
It is the original bootlicker.
사실과는 다소 다를 수 있습니다.
Yeah, Otis can change her like change her state of mind in a moment, depending on who she's talking to.
그레고르 씨의 기억이 아닌 마음이 만든 길이니까요.
마음속에서 아군들은 이런 모습으로 남아 있었던 거군요. 그 둥지에선 모든 직원들이 개조 수술을 받았던 건가요?
대부분
다들 동의하에 집도되었던 건가요? 이건 정말
엘사 직원들은 동의를 구하고 인신공양을 했던가?
그건 계약서에 명시가 되어 있었다고 했어요. 우린 알지 못했지만 효율적인 관리를 위해서는 그런 절차는 배제해야 한다고. 공포를 직면해야만 한다고. 그러니까 입사한 직원들은 전부 자기도 모르게 동의한 셈이죠.
우리라고 달랐을까?
Hear a faint voice. Please help. You follow the sound, or let's get an ego gift. Soldier was crushed under rubble, gasping in agony. Please just kill me. It hurts too much. You can't ignore this person, who will be ordered to bring the soldier to peace. Who will undertake bringing the soldier to peace? Well, let's go with the barber. Do our best here. Thank you. The soldier's life was delivered a coup de grace by the knife. The human rhythm that rose through the blade soon ceased, and the soldier was eased into eternal rest. Ego gift, shoddy dressing obtained.
당연히 내가 1등 스코어지.
All allies gain plus 10% max HP. That's nice.
요리 씨, 안 오고 뭐해?
잠시만요. 가방에서 방독면이 떨어져서.
이젠 쓸모도 없을 텐데. 군장의 무게만 늘리는군.
아야씨, 유품이잖아요.
N사 소속도 아니면서 세상에서 가장 의미 없는 짓을 하는군.
반대로 묶어야 돼요.
네?
매듭이요. 그렇게 묶으면 금방 다시 떨어질 거예요. 배에서 안 풀리게 묶던 방법이 있었어요. 버스로 돌아가면 방법 알려드릴게요.
아, 고마워요.
뭔데? 너네 뭔데 화목하고 자빠졌냐?
유리, 이렇게 된 거 림버스 컴퍼니 새 수감자로 합류는 어때?
제가요?
그건 알아. 베르겔리우스나 그 윗선의 권한이라는 거. 그래도 말은 꺼내볼 수 있잖아. 글쎄요. 그리고 분홍머리가 회사의 마스코트로도 제격이거든. 어때? 어?
마스코트요?
Yuri made a smile for the first time, albeit faintly. Well, let's go for there. Some interesting choices waiting for there.
전쟁은 끝났다. 하지만 난 아직도 우스꽝스러운 포즈와 자신만만한 얼굴을 하고 있었다. 난 저런 표정은 짓지 않는데.
I just glossed over it and only realized it a moment later that doppelganger was actually written with an with the A with 2 dots above, which is pronounced this A sound, contrary to what stuff is, or to what is mostly written in English with just an A, which is the original German writing of the word. Interesting that they choose, or no, it's not that much of a surprise if you remember that Gregor is a German character, so to say. Nice little addition to his character.
하지만 팔에 나 있는 털만큼은 역겹게 아주 잘 그렸군. 누가 그린 거지?
Must be from the book Gregor is from. Could be, but they also then deliberately choose the German writing over the English writing. That's not something I would expect everyone to do.
유머가 늘었다. 악몽 속에 오래 잠겨 있다 보니 살고 싶어 그렇게 된 모양이다.
쥐사 새끼들은 모조리 참수시켜버려야 돼.
누군가 중얼거리면서 바닥에 가래침을 뱉는 소리가 들린다. 목소리의 방향이 어디로 향했는지는 쳐다보지 않아도 알 수 있었다. 그래서였을까?
Some phrase of the sinners are directly coming from the book, so there's a possibility. That is true, but then again, it also depends on what version of the book they are referencing. If they are taking an English version, then it would make sense to just have the English writing. Or are they also writing in Greek for Otis or Russian for Rudia, for example?
속이 메스꺼렸다.
Some words, yes. Okay. Then it also makes sense that the doppelganger was there with the A, with the I mean. So they deliberately chose to include words from the original language of the book, which is a nice addition, I have to say.
저기요, 괜찮으세요?
어이, 괜찮은 거야? 얼굴빛이 영 안 좋아 보이는데?
지하철이었는데.
I mean, if it happened to be another story first, like Rudia's one, and there was some Russian written, I would have taken it for granted that they did it like that. But for me, as a German, having Gregor's story first and then seeing a definitely German word there was kind of a surprise.
무슨 개소리야?
Especially for a word that actually was adapted by the English language and only slightly changed by changing the to an A, because the English language does not have that letter in the alphabet.
그래, 여긴 여전히 전쟁터야.
Gregor groped his pockets with stumbling hands, looking for a cigarette out of habit, but soon stopped. It dawned on him, as it did me. All the sinners seemed to have realized it now. Toma is going to grab us and give a warning any second now. Oh, that looks really bad. And that giant bug in the background.
토마 씨, 대사가 슬슬 지겨워져서 그런데 우린 미치지도 않았고 노아 폭탄은 안 맞을 거야.
아니. 나 살려달라고.
Whose hand is that with the fancy nails?
죽고 싶지 않아.
Oh. That's not one of my sinner's hands, that's a giant hand coming down from the sky. Toma was crushed to a pulp right before our eyes. There's only one thing to say in a situation like this. Run! We muster up everything we can to run, but the airborne hand is ever persistent and shows no sign of letting up.
다 같이 곤죽행이 되겠어. 대책 없어 똑똑한 양반.
듣는 중이에요. 심상 속은 변수가 너무 다양해서 섣불리 결정하기 힘들기 때문에.
고민할 것이 뭐가 있겠는가? 진정한 영웅은 어떠한 고난에도 굴복하지 않지.
난 묵사발이 되어버린 시체는 옮길 맘이 없는데. 아, 미안 단테. 당신 보고 한 말은 아니야.
Was tempting to say something back to her, but I figured now was the time to keep my mouth shut so everyone could focus on running.
아직도 생각 중이신가? 모르는 건 없다며?
당장의 해결책을 물어본 거라면 네, 아직 얻지 못했어요. 확실한 건 이 근방에는 황금가지가 존재하지 않는다는 거예요. 그랬다면 단테 씨가 조금 더 적극적인 반응을 보였을 테니.
Me?
장난해? 지금까지 겨우 알아낸 게 그거야?
Heathcliff furrowed his brows, ready to snap at the unhelpful savant. But a sudden close shave with a massive palm made him focus his energy on his legs rather than his mouth.
그레고르 씨?
뭐야? 왜 갑자기 멈춰?
알 것 같아. 이것이 내 세계라면.
Gregor took a breather, then looked up at the sky.
저 손을 피하면 안 돼.
기어이 마탱이가 가버렸냐?
그레고르, 확실한가요?
지금까지 뭐 하나 내 의지대로 살아본 적이 없었어. 이건 역시 저항 자체가 무의미한 공간이라는 거겠지. 그렇다면 저항을 그만두는 게 해답일지도 몰라.
진심이냐? 다들?
별다른 방법이 없잖아요. 다들 지쳤다고요.
그리고 말이지, 저 손톱 말이야. 저런 무늬의 매니큐어는 흔하지 않다고. 손바닥의 주인이 그 사람이 맞다면 절대 날 포기하지 않을 거야. 파우스트 씨, 당신 이게 내 마음의 길이랬나?
He knows he can't escape her. Is that Gregor's stalker?
그렇다면 확실할 거야. 내 마음의 길은 이 악몽 길도 그 사람의 통제 밖으로 벗어나 본 적이 없었으니까.
Who is Gregor talking about, and what does he mean by a nightmare? As much as I wanted to ask him,
들떠러들하지.
Soon enough, the giant hand cast its shadow over us, descending. Just before it reached us, it stopped to hold us in its grasp. Everything went dark. I felt a disorienting nausea of being lifted into the sky. While everyone else was suffering from it, Faust and I were the only ones standing straight. I noticed that the battlefield had changed into somewhere familiar. While traversing a narrow passage, a swarm of cockroaches crawled into the way. The rustling visage is almost revolting. Do you walk past them, or... Well, since Gregor is not in my main team anyway, I don't really mind him losing a lot of SP. Let's crush the cockroaches. Gregor turned away from the carnage, discontent. Soon after, a crowd of angry bug soldiers came charging for us.
카니발 타임.
Oh yeah. Not in for my choice, Sunshower. Or are you also wanting the cockroaches to disappear?
기원을 갖춘 정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오. 제대로 무너져. 그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 지금으로 참여하라.
Victory! At the start of a turn, allies with 50% or less health heal 5 HP. That is nice. Let's go.
이번엔 어떤 짓을 한 악인들이요?
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
인단이 휘청거리는군.
실밥이 터졌네. 그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
지금으로 참여하라.
Do like the battle musics a lot here.
그대로 무너져.
악인들을 해치우세나. 지금으로 참여하라.
Get some rest. And it's time for the final battle.
이번엔 어떤 짓을 한 악인들이요?
단테, 이 격리실압 여태까지 만난 것들과는 다른 느낌이 들지 않나요?
Yeah, it really does. Wait, is this?
황금가지가 뿌리내린 환상체가 있을 거예요.
그래도 다 온 모양이구만.
그레고르 씨, 버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 지도 보는 법을 알려줘도 될까요?
응, 그래. 카론이 좋아할 거야.
I'm not really sure. I'm with Gregor there. I feel like Charon doesn't really want to learn how to read a map.
그럴 리가요.
Yeah, Sinclair, I doubt that too. Sinclair shook his head when dry-retched afterward.
돌아갈 곳이 있다는 건
No need for map, only room. Maybe the golden bow lies inside the apple. Could be. Definitely sounds like something that could be.
악인들을 해치우세나.
행동을 개시합니다.
And just let everyone attack there. Weak way.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
The apple's body broke and the raging fruit still grew. Could the golden bow really be in there? I'll go check it out, Yuri said to the others. The sinner with the bug's arm seems nervous about this. Does he want to go with her, perhaps? Can't just send Yuri out there alone. What sinner will be able to keep her safe? I think I'll go with Faust because the threshold is lower. That worked out well. The fruit's cracked shell suddenly began to rattle as if it would jump at any moment. Oh god, that looks nightmare-inducing. Faust managed to escape, but it seems Yuri couldn't. The fruit's flesh melted to form a new body. Don't feel too guilty about it, one lost life is better than two. But I passed the check, So Yuri was destined to die here anyway? The golden apple formed a new body. The abnormality devoured Yuri in one bite. She was gone without a trace. I can save the other sinners, but there's nothing I can do about Yuri. Without a word, Gregor hacked and slashed away at the abnormality, as if he expected to find Yuri unscathed by slicing the apple open. That's why they say don't feel guilty. But I do feel guilty. It's like I failed the task successfully. That thing does really not look nice.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
All attacking Faust. That one is attacking this.
행동을 개시합니다.
Time to get revenge. Yes, Fumo, we will get revenge for Yuri. We will pulverize this apple. Bad apple. Rotten to the core. Things should never have fallen from the tree. Let's go with some stints. I don't have enough resources for that one. Also missing the same ones. Let's go.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
죽어라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
정화!
위험을 갖추는 그대로 무너져라.
Okay, that ended a bit earlier than I expected. The mass of maggots falls apart in a hail of silent screams. Beyond that, I see a wave of radiant golden light. Is that the golden bow? Just as I begin to approach it, the apple begins to tremble.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
Yuri, you're okay? Even though I had clearly seen it devour her, I couldn't stop myself from asking.
버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 알려줘도 될까요?
When I saw a glimpse of the pink locks of hair that Rhodia took a liking to. Oh no, we're entering phase 3. This is not looking so nice. Yuri's head stood motionless, facing Gregor. Her face was upright. However, the Yuri we knew and accompanied was always hunched over. He slouched at all times, as though it were her sole surviving obligation to carry the wills of her late colleagues. Given that, I can warn him with confidence. That isn't Yuri, Gregor.
내 생각에도 그런 것 같아.
Gregor accepts it calmly. He then outstretches his arm, sending it flying toward Yuri. Yet it soon stops traveling.
듣고 싶지 않았어요.
Cut her down, Gregor. I don't know if this is the right thing to do as the manager.
누구도 죽고 싶어 하진 않았어요.
But I had to shout at Gregor now to stop him from being... But I had to shout at Gregor now to stop him from being ruined. Cut it now!
저는 죽기 싫어요.
이건
The verminous arm stopped right before reaching the civilian's throat. I pulled against it with all my might, but it wouldn't bulge.
여자를 놔줘. 아니면 대응 공격을 하겠다.
내 팔을 잘라줘. 어서!
다시 말한다. 놔주지 않으면 달라고!
As the dismembered arm falls to the ground, she slides down the wall, gasping. However, peace doesn't last long. The arm starts regenerating from its twitching stump.
괜찮으십니까?
가까이 오지 마. 가까이 오면 안 돼.
The regrown arm rushes forward as if it remembered the pain it suffered moments ago.
그레고로 과장님, 항상 존경하고 있습니다.
존경하지 마. 난 내가 원해서 참전한 것도 아니야.
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요? 살아남은 게 죄예요?
그냥 살아가 제발. 우리가 원해서 이 비극 속에 떨어진 거 아니잖아.
끝에 끝에서 결실을 목전에 두고 멈추다니 실로 개탄스럽군.
뭐 우리야 좋지. 잡지 않은 기회는 유찰될 뿐이야.
Yuri's head fell to the ground. It wasn't Gregor's doing. Yuri's mouth opens and lets something out. It was a tree branch radiating a bright golden glow.
가지를 찾고 있었니?
당신
생각보단 좀 작다. 그치? 난 헤르만이라고 해. 앞으로 자주 보게 될 거야. 왜냐? 우리는 가지가 필요하고 너희는 가지를 찾을 수 있고.
That Hermann woman is the one who operated on Gregor, isn't she? And I guess the hand with the nice nail polish was also hers. The woman Gregor can't get away from.
너희는 죽지 않지만 우린 너희
Hermann nudges Yuri's head with her foot.
물론 지금은 말고 황금 가지는 우리 쪽에서 안전하게 수거해 갈게.
구보, 나의 벗. 이것이 그대가 선택한 길이오.
맞아. 이젠 몇 안 남았지.
Can you even see through those glasses? They look like solid red.
오랜만이네, 형. 네 옷에 더러운 냄새가 나는 거 알고 있어? 지금 꼴을 가족들이 봤어야 했는데.
아주 만남의 광장이로군.
내가 준 선물은 잘 간직하고 있어, 아들? 고작 이런 꼬락서니가 되라고 준 건 아니었는데.
Is she actually Gregor's mother, or is she just calling him son because he was like her project?
바란 적 없어. 한 번도.
그래도 포장지는 마저 뜯어야지. 고작 그 능력이 내가 준 전부가 아니거든.
자, 인사는 여기까지.
He's her creation. Yeah, I see. That's why she calls her son. So it's more from a mad scientist standpoint. And everything went dark, like waking from a long nightmare. The early dawn greets you. After some time passed,
쉬운 임무라고 생각했는데 눈앞에서 황금 가지를 빼앗기고 당당히도 복귀했군. 나의 과대평가였나? 파우스터 씨, 변명이라도 해보는 게 어떨지.
불멸만이 해답은 아니더군요.
당신은 할 말이 없습니까, 단테?
was another group going after the golden bow. You had to have known this, so why didn't you warn me?
황금 가지를 노리고 왔던 다른 세력에 대해 물어보네요.
How placidly relayed my words to Vigilius.
설마 내게 책임을 묻는 겁니까? 되묻죠, 단테. 아무런 위협 세력이 없는 곳에 12이나 되는 자들을 내려보낼 이유가 있습니까?
His kick. Yeah, fuck you, Bumgilius. I guess you don't really like him, but he might be a bit out of line, but he is not wrong there. There's a reason they sent 12 combatants in there.
해결사까지 추가로 고용해가면서 말이지.
Also, welcome again to the stream, Peacecake. That's with a leader who has amnesia and the combatants being weak as fuck. I wouldn't really call them weak. I mean, they are weak from the player's point of view. But I feel like in the game lore kind of view, they are somewhat strong.
됐어, 관리자 양반.
I can't really come up with an excuse for the amnesia though. That's completely correct.
그건 내 탓이야. 책망하려면 나에게.
걸작이군. 만난 지 얼마나 되었다고 벌써부터 전우의 냄새를 풍기는지.
You mean you just hate Bumgilius? That's just you. That's fair. You can hate whichever character you want.
뭐 피차 한 배에 묶인 자들끼리 감싸주는 게 나쁘다곤 하진 않겠지만.
As long as you don't get mad and angry at people if they say they like the character. Everyone has their own opinion, after all, and it's not something to get especially mad over.
지구를 감싸주는 게 무능함을 가릴 수 있다고 착각하진 않아줬으면 좋겠어.
연락이 왔습니다. 애프터 팀의 특별작전 사과가 지하로 진입, 작전을 수행한다고 하네요.
그래, 그래야겠지. 남은 애고와 환상체라도 회수해야 할 테니.
Thanks for the hydrate, Star. At least one here is thinking about keeping this bun wet. I mean, hydrated.
정작 중요한 정수는 이렇지만 말이야.
Oh, thanks, Star. Uvia 2. Saucy Duck.
뒤끝이 길군. 전장에서 실패는 의뢰 있는 법이다. 목표를 달성하지 못했다면 다시 작전을 세워 재투입을 할 뿐이지. 첫 작전에서 너무 많은 걸 바라는 게 아닌가? 관리자님은 첫 지휘라고는 믿을 수 없는 성과를 보여주었다만.
이쯤 해두지. 뭐 아주 틀린 말을 한 것도 아니니까.
그렇죠.
There seemed to be an uncanny tension between Vergilius and Faust. But right now, I had neither the energy nor the willpower left in me to get inquisitive. The bus reeked of blood with all the stains and gore on our outfits, yet none of us tried to open the windows. No one had the urge to have a change of clothes. All of us just sat in place, dwelling on silence. Gregor had the most defeated look of them all, staring out the window. Then he suddenly went to hang something from his pocket near the windshield of a bus.
벌레 양반, 메피의 머리에 뭘 매단 거야?
유품. 두 사람의 유품이다. 딱 유리시만한 여동생이 있었거든. 그냥 그랬었다고.
I considered giving him a pep talk, but that quickly dissipated. Ishmael wore a grieving look, Sinclair was quietly weeping, and Rhodia let out a distressed sigh. If I couldn't offer him any encouragement, what good would I do?
카론, 시야에 방해가 되진 않겠나?
카루는 괜찮아.
그래, 출발하지.
부릉부릉.
Vroom vroom. The bus slowly grumbled forward. A gas mask hanging by the windshield waved like an ornament.
그림자를 쫓던 나날들 남은 건 허망한 기억 불길이 나를 태운 것처럼
Thing by Gregor VA. Yeah, I've thought that Kumo. Was quite a sad banger.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
Oh yeah, since we are beyond
오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군.
the reset time. The next day, basic identity uptight. So that's pretty much every basic one getting a tier up. No, not everyone. Oh? No, it is everyone. And the egos got up. And the manager level got increased as well. Backdoor Violet. Okay, EXP Luxcavation has been unlocked. Ante. A new function of Mephistopheles has been unlocked. Please direct your attention here. It is possible to grow stronger by gaining experience through battle, but it is not the most optimal method. Luxcavations are here to help speed up your identity's training. Complete Luxcavation battles to earn training tickets. Using training tickets is a much faster method of leveling your identities. Thread Luxcavations, which will be unlocked later, you can earn threads. Resources used to uptie identities and threads spin ego. Please note that the Encephalon modules are needed to enter Luxcavation. Once cleared, Luxcavation battles can be skipped. Skipping costs double the Encephalon modules, but it saves time and grants 1.5 times the rewards. It's only good to a certain degree. I mean, if it would double the rewards as well, then it really would be an alternative, but being someone who does want to spend as little resources as possible at something, I will probably not skip battles. Higher excavation stages will be unlocked as you continue this journey. Higher level excavation stages yield better and more efficient resources. It's highly recommended to check this menu from time to time to see if you've unlocked a new stage. Okay, we got the EXP excavations.
하루가 저물어가는 동안
Got all that done. And we can pretty much do a lot of stuff here except the red excavation. Let's see, drive. Let's do the EXP excavation.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다. 행동을 개시합니다.
악인들을 해치우세나!
실밥이 터졌나?
That one is a strong one.
행동을 개시합니다.
정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오. 죽음으로 참여하라.
행동을 개시합니다.
실밥이 터졌나?
Otis really wiped the floor with that one in the back.
처리했어. 처리했어.
행동을 개시합니다.
정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오.
기원을 갖춘 그대로
And that's it.
어둠이 캄캄할수록
I can try to uptie Baba Otis so that to make her stronger. Yeah, I can try that. But first,
하루가 저물어가는
yeah, I should have unlocked pretty much everything there, except for assembling the Anchorphalon module. Let's do one of those, at least. And now let's go for Baba. Yeah, I've got enough thread. New combat passive, wrong costume. I could uptie her once again. Yeah, let's uptie her again.
퍼레이드의 준비는 끝났나? 의상은
Ooh, what did I unlock?
아, 물렁이 빠진 것들. 내가 최종 점검한다.
Uptie 3 gives you a new skill. Yeah, okay. We got that. Now I'll make you a new dress. Oh, we also get some kind of cutscene. The child is already so busy so early in the morning, browsing through several layers of fabric, cutting them into shapes and sewing them in various elaborate patterns with a needle as thick as her fingers. And after the busyness passes, she stands in one spot and stares intently at something. This seems slightly off balance. The child quickly sewed together a whole party dress and placed it on a mannequin. It looked downright dazzling from a glance, but perhaps there was something that the child found unsatisfying. On the block again, a high-pitched click-clack of heels cuts into the quiet, heavy atmosphere of the tailor's room, and a large shadow comes up to the child before coming to a stop. Must you keep that parasol unfurled indoors as well? It blurs the colors on my artwork. Didn't you know, sunlight is not the only enemy of maintaining smooth skin? Your harsh lighting doesn't help. The other child was garbed in a garish purple dress and carried a large parasol with her. She replies but doesn't look terribly interested. She did not raise her head even once from her nails to look at the child, clearly uninterested in anything else that wasn't her. I won't deny that. So what brings you to the tailor's room? Is the parade beginning soon? Well, that's exactly why I'm here. Okay, which still does not answer my question. You're gonna start moping and getting mad if I tell you that I've been having some problems with the dress you made. Problems? Ah. The child with her nails painted purple as well let out a small sigh. She could already see how the rest of this conversation was going to go. She could hardly bring herself to attend the parade in an imperfect costume, so unfit for the occasion. So unfortunately she was left without a choice. She had to visit the tailor's room. That is simply impossible. I measured and reviewed every single thread that passed through my hands. Not to mention that your costume was the one I put my utmost. Got loose down here. I lost weight, not your fault, okay? Well, the child hurriedly approached her with a tape measure. It's true. How have you been skipping your meals? If by meals you're referring to hemo bars that taste like bricks, then no, of course not. Well, on the brighter side, this may be a chance to give a stylistic lift to that dress. But I worry that your beautiful face may grow sunken. But I'll leave that up for you to deal with. It's your job to make me look cute after all. How about a beautiful mask for me? I suppose I can do that. I agree that it's getting increasingly difficult to subsist on hemo bars given our recent meal. Child thinks back to the banquet, muttering to herself. Child and her family hadn't had a real meal like that in a long, long time. I had to convince a human, a guest here at La Mancha Land. Long did I assume that we were cursed to look hideous without masks. It seems that I was wrong. The sheer flavor was one thing, but I could hardly believe how we managed to go so long without a proper meal. It certainly was a pleasant banquet. See that your tailor's scissors have grown as well, thanks to the blood. That's why these scissors work so well now. For a moment, the pair seemed to be reminiscing a certain shared memory together, before gritting their teeth. I don't suppose Father will be returning anytime soon. From that adventure for the helm, well, his powers are unparalleled and ineffable. Let's try not to make any hasty guesses. Still, I guess the whole point in his eyes was that he wanted to go on an adventure like humans do, without his powers as a blood fiend, I suppose. At least for now, yes. Yeah, and once he returns, you know what to do, right? Heavy silence fell upon them. They both read in the eyes of one another a certain agreement. Certain agreement to enact a plan. A plan so terrifying that they couldn't even bring themselves to speak of it. That's cool that the background also changed. Let's see, drive. I wanted to go into the Canto 1 real quick and get my free lunacy. Which I think, yeah, makes it possible for another 10 spin. And I think that's a nice thing to end the stream on. The last 10 spin for today. For a stream that went far different than I expected it to. I thought I would get through Canto 1 a bit faster. But at least I got through it and got the EXP Luxation, or what's it called? Luxcavation now. You send me all your luck, Fumo. Thanks for that. I'll try my best with that. Let's hope for the best and let's see what we get. Oh, 3 red ones. Let's see.
흐름을 따라 이곳에 왔으니
Got another Otis.
무엇이든 베어내겠습니다.
Ooh, golden one.
가족의 관리는 차질이 없을 겁니다.
Looks like Don Quixote.
당신이 내팽개친 것을 돌보는 것이 저의 몫이었을 테니.
Is that the manager of La Mancha Land, Don Quixote? We got 2 from La Mancha Land.
아, 비웃지 마세요. 저도 좋아서 이딴 걸 입었겠어요?
That looks slimy. The ultimate unit from last season, she's really good. That's cool. Does she also work well together with the barber of La Mancha Land? Let's see what the others offer. Standard stuff. Yeah. Then I guess I have at least 2 sinners for a good team right now. We have synergy. That's really nice. Guess I'm gonna level. I can up-tie the manager as well once. Thanks for the hydrate, Star. Quack indeed. That synergy effect, also the reason they have this golden glow around them. Or is that normal? Yeah, that's normal. Heads up, don't read Manager Don Uptie story before finishing Count to 7. Was that what we experienced with the barber just now? Or is there even something else? So I guess do not uptie Manager to level 3 before Count to 7. Barber uptie story is more subtle. Okay, I'll remember that then. Do not uptie before. You can skip the story and reread it later. Oh yeah, that's true as well. Manager just give the entire plot away. Okay, I see. Yeah, then I'm not gonna read that one. Okay, I guess I'm through with everything I could do. Pretty sure I can't dispense anything right now. They all need quite a bit. I get shard from my boxes. That is true. If I knew how to get to my boxes. Yeah, that's probably the way. Yes. Windows inventory. Yeah, I found that as well, Fumo. But that's also only 1 to 3 ego shards, so it's not quite the world. That's Faust and that's Meersalt, right? Yeah. Alright, and 5 more tickets here and I can get a free 10 extraction. Yeah, I guess that's it for today. Thanks for hanging out, everyone who might still be here, or... $3,000 ID already, quite lucky. Three star IDs. Yeah, maybe I'm a bit more lucky in this game. Would be nice for once. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope you enjoyed this stream. So tomorrow will be the next stream, but then I will only do a bit of Limbus Company at the start. Probably start with like doing stuff for the past missions, which would mean assembling the Encephalin modules, clear the EXP Luxcavation, and then do some driving on Canto 2. And I will roughly play an hour or so, and after that I'm gonna play World of Warcraft. Yeah, dungeons always take time. I realize that as well. For the dungeon at the end of Canto 2, I will then probably need a bit longer and just do that one. Yeah, we will see. Would it be a good idea to save my access Encephalon or turn it into Encephalon modules right now? Because I've got quite a bit more from my level ups than I actually could have. Transform it to Encephalon module for farm purposes. Yeah, that's what I also thought. Let's get it all. Use it to restore some Encephalon.
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저 서 있을 뿐이었어.
So yeah, have a good night or day wherever you might be, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.